Siapa berani memburukan engkau serentak rakyatku membela sang merah putih yang perwira kita selama-lamanya.
Aku Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Betapa hatiku takkan pilu telah gugur pahlawanku. Betapa hatiku tak akan sedih hamba ditinggal sendiri. Siapakah kini pelipur lara nan setia dan perwira? Siapakah kini pahlawan hati
kita bersama, bekerja menjaga aset negara. Yakinlah pasti kita bisa, demi untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Jujurlah dalam bekerja, dalam setiap tugas-tugasmu, berpikir serta bertindak baik dan selalu tulus mengabdi.
Terus jaga nilai-nilaimu, integritas, profesionalisme, sinergi juga pelayanan untuk menuju kesempurnaan. Terus maju berinovasi, Kementerian Keuanganku jaga selalu nilai-nilaimu. Yakinlah pasti kita mampu. Jujurlah dalam bekerja,
Jujur dalam bekerja,
dalam setiap tugas-tugasmu, berpikir serta bertindak
berpikir serta bertindak
baik dan selalu tulus mengabdi. Terus jaga nilai-nilaimu, integritas, profesionalisme, sinergi juga pelayanan untuk selalu ku menuju kesempurnaan. Terus maju berinovasi, Kementerian Keuanganku jaga selalu nilai-nilaimu. Yakinlah pasti kita mampu. Terus maju berinovasi, Kementerian Keuanganku jaga selalu nilai-nilaimu. Yakinlah pasti kita mampu.
aja padha turu sore. Kan wilde JKL Langkulu tuk zona integritas WPK.
Kan wilde JKN Lamkulu tuk zona integritas WBK. Dengan tapis itu motonya, yakin pasti kita bisa. Dengan tapis itu motonya, yakin pasti kita bisa. Tepat, amanah, profesional, integritas dan sakai sambayang.
Tepat, amanah, profesional, integritas dan sakai sambayang.
Tepat waktu, sasaran dan aturan, amanah dalam pelayanan, profesional penuh tanggung jawab, integritas sesuai ketentuan, dan sakai sambayan kita bersinergi untuk mencapai tujuan. Tepat waktu, sasaran dan aturan, amanah dalam pelayanan, profesional penuh tanggung jawab, integritas sesuai ketentuan, dan sakai sambayan kita bersinergi untuk mencapai tujuan, untuk mencapai tujuan.
I say hello and you say hello back to me.
We make look different, but we smile the same. Some people got it different,
But I could walk the same.
Like the tears have no colors, neither do the lights. We are here to say that we care the world.
It's time to stop fighting and searching for the peace. I see the tears in you.
I feel the pain in you.
If you need a helping hand,
I will be there for you.
We are the stars, we are the land, we are the trees, we are the winds, we are the mountains, we are the parts of the universe. I believe we can make tomorrow a brighter day if we hold on together and say we are one.
you know that there's a king in your heart who is strong and mighty, filled with love? So don't you worry, no need to shed a tear. Just listen to his voice and keep your head up. We are smart, we are light, we are dreams, we are hope, we are future, we are part. That's what I need. I believe we can make it tomorrow as a day. If we come together and say we are one.
What about saying that I'm listening to you? What about saying that I'm sorry? We are four, but we can't always fight it. Let the world know that we are one.
We are the stars, we are the lands, we are the trees, we are the winds, we are the mountains, we are the part of the universe. I believe we can make tomorrow a brighter day. If we hold on together and say,
Hold on together and say we are
just one. We are the light, we are the dreams, we are the hope, we are the future, we are the past of the I believe we can make tomorrow a brighter day. If we hold on together and say we are the one. We aja padha turu sore.
selalu tulus mengabdi. Terus jaga nilai-nilaimu, integritas, profesionalisme, sinergi juga pelayanan untuk menuju kesempurnaan. Terus maju berinovasi, Kementerian Keuanganku jaga selalu nilai-nilaimu, yakinlah pasti kita mampu. Jujurlah dalam bekerja, jujur dalam bekerja, dalam setiap tugas-tugasmu, berpikir serta bertindak, berpikir serta bertindak, baik dan selalu tulus mengabdi. Terus jaga nilai-nilaimu, integritas, profesionalisme, sinergi juga pelayanan untuk selalu ku menuju kesempurnaan. Terus maju berinovasi, Kementerian Keuanganku jaga selalu nilai-nilaimu, yakinlah pasti kita mampu. Terus maju berinovasi, Kementerian Keuanganku jaga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to English Talent Lamkulu webinar in celebrating 76 Indonesia Independence Day. First of all, gratitude to the God that we are safe and healthy amid of this COVID-19 pandemic. It's an honor for me, Rina Cahaya, and my partner Hanifah Muslimah as the master of ceremony to this webinar.
Thank you, Rina. We would like to thank you for joining us today in webinar, Enhance the Capacity of Human Resources, Learn, Share, and Be Successful. We carefully craft this program in accordance to the 76th Indonesia Independence Day national theme, Indonesia Tangguh, Indonesia Tumbuh. And we gratefully announce to you that we have 6 speakers as representatives from 5 continents from around the world.
This international webinar was organized by English Talent Lamkulu, or known as ETL. ETL is an English language community formally established on 1st July 2021, initiated by Lampung and Bengkulu Regional Office of the Directorate General of the State Asset Management, the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. The ETL community membership is open to anyone, not only from internal the Ministry of Finance, but also from external. The purpose of this community is to learn English as universal language eagerly and to implement continuous improvement according to the Ministry of Finance values.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, allow us to overview today's agenda that will be held from 9 to 12 Jakarta time. First agenda is opening, followed by listening to Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya, watching the opening video, committee remarks, welcome speeches, keynote speeches, panel discussions, questions and answers, and last, closing.
Next agenda will be a listening to the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen in solemn.
Before we continue, let's watch the video about Indonesia. Please enjoy.
Independence, a word which symbolizes freedom. Freedom is not only for them who fight in the battlefield, but also for them who seek the rights, dreams, and self-expressed. It's not only for you, it's for us and our nation. Indonesia, the largest archipelago country in the world, a country that holds a lot of wealth in it. A land spanned by the equator line, surrounded by the ocean. That's the greatest gift given by God. The prosperous land who gives a lot of lives for us. Diverse cultures, races, religions, tribes, and histories, which makes Indonesia the most multicultural country in the world. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. A motto that is embedded and penetrates deep into the heart of our nation. With thousands of islands in Indonesia, Sumatra Island and Lampung as a rally point gives a lot of beauty from nature, and culture. Welcome to the international webinar presented by ETL.
Now, we would like to invite Mr. Dioranindara Chardono, the chairman of committee, to begin our session. Please welcome to speak to us, Mr. Dioranindara Chardono.
Thank you, Ms. Rina. Honorable Head of Lampung and Bengkulu Regional Office of Directorate General of State Asset Management, the Ministry of Finance. Honorable keynote speakers, Mr. Dedi Sharif Usman, the Secretary of Directorate General of the State Asset Management, Mrs. Maya Solihin, the Flower Observer, and Mr. Budi Setiawan, the President of Jember Fashion Carnival. Honorable panel speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen who are virtually connected. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning in Jakarta's time. We are glad and pleased to welcome you all here today to this international webinar, which raises the theme, enhance the capacity of human resources, learn, share, and be successful. The theme of this webinar is in line with the theme of 76, the independence of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Tangguh, Indonesia Tumbuh. Before we begin, I would like to thank God, the Almighty, for whose blessing we are all able to gather here for this event in good health. I also would express my gratitude toward the representatives from 5 continents who have supported us by participating in this event. I can report that this webinar is attended by more than 172 participants from several work units, including members of the Jember Fashion Carnival, members of the World Kit Museum, high level of official of Jakarta Regional Office of DGSM, and 17 regional office of DGSM. Distinguished participants, as an effort to enhance the capacity of human resources in general and especially to promote the sense of continuous improvement as one of the Ministry of Finance value, Lampung and Bengkulu Regional Office of DGSM, the Ministry of Finance, initiate a community called English Talent Lamkulu. At the beginning of its formation on July 1st, 2021, the members only consisted of employees from the Lampung and Bengkulu Regional Office of DGSM and along with passion for sharing. The ETL membership is growing. The members are not only from the inside of Lampung and Bengkulu Regional Office of DGSM, but also from outside the Ministry of Finance, from different ages, cultures, and even different continents. And it's very young age, we are very proud to be able to present the international webinar event to celebrate the 76th Indonesia Independence Day. Through this webinar, which will last for the next 3 hours, we hope the participants could gain knowledge and input from the speakers. I think you and look forward to our fruitful discussion today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rahardono, for the speech. At this time, we'll have welcome speech from the initiator of English Talent Lamkulu, Head of Regional Office Lampung and Bengkulu, Directorate General State of Asset Management, Ministry of Finance. Please welcome Mr. Arik Haryono.
Thank you, Mrs. Hanifa. Excellency Keynote Speaker, Mr. Dedi Sarif Usman, the Secretary of Directorate General of State Asset Management, Mrs. Maya Solihin, the Flower Observer, also Mr. Budi Setiawan, the President of Jember Fashion Carnival, honorable panel speakers, and especially for this session, I want to say something to representative from Japan. World Kid Museum no President Tode Arereru Sakura-sans, Kono tabi wa oisogasi naka, watashi tachi no tame ni, kono international webinar niご参加いただき、心より感謝を申し上げます。2021年の10月頃には、日本語で ETL のインターナショナルウェビナーを開催できることを期待し、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。Also, please keep my warm regards to representative of World Kid Museum, Tokyo, Japan, Mr. Hiromichi Nagata. Arigato gozaimasu. Okay, honorable panel speakers and distinguished participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, very warm welcome to all of you. Arigato gozaimasu and also konnichiwa. First of all, I would like to express our appreciations to all speakers who have taken time to join us in this webinar. And also, in the same times, I am also very grateful to all of you who have made contribution to support us, especially to Chairman of Committee, Mr. Rachardono and teams for organizing this first international webinar in Regional Office of Lampung and Bengkulu, Directorate General State Asset Management, Ministry of Finance. In a spirit of collaborations and with a willingness to listen to and respect alternative viewpoints. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic caused not only economics, but also social impact to society. However, this situation provides us to another perspective, where the digital transformation is no longer an option, but has become a necessity. On the other hand, the development of digital communication has made the relationship between Indonesian people and the world faster and more open. Every day, the world continues to change along with the development of human civilization. This is the best time to change ordinary work patterns into extraordinary ones. And this is also challenge for all of us to live productively in the digital era and also maximize our potential. This webinar is held in the context of effort to improve human resources through language. 76 years ago, Indonesia declared its independence. The sacrifice of the heroes to serve this nation deserve to be emulated. Since then, there have been many major changes and that have taken place. The celebration of Independence Day with the themes Indonesia Tangguh, Indonesia Tumbuh should be the right moment to raise the spirit of heroism to face challenges that come from various fields. In the line, the spirit of the independence of the Republic Indonesia, English Talent Lankulu is presents as a bridge for its member to improve potentially, especially in learning English. Without knowing age limit, aspect of words, education backgrounds, and state boundaries, ETL is present to change a paradigm that learning English is difficult to be learning English is easy. ETL is initiated in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, reflecting that the spirit of self-improvement persists. We learn from each other and improve ourselves. We also welcome all those who wish to join our community. We believe that as long as we have a strong passion and determination, there must be a way. We mark this webinar as proof of our desire to share our passion to learnings, and we are ready to the next events. Distinguished participants, let me conclude the brief by thanking you to all the participants that have joined this event. And again, to the speakers, participants in this event for willing to share their experience to enhance human resources, especially on the importance of mastering foreign language to communicate formally or informally with the people for other countries. Hopefully, the purpose of this webinar can be achieved with the presentation from the speaker. I hereby declare that the webinar is officially opened. Thank you for your kind attention. Happy Independence Day, Indonesia. Merdeka. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Arik Haryono, for this speech. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Dedi Syarif Usman, the Secretary of the Directorate General of the State Asset Management, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Mr. Dedi Syarif Usman.
Thank you, Ms. Rina. The Honorable Mr. Arik Haryono, Head of Lampung and Bengkulu State Asset Management Regional Office, all the high-level management officers at Ministry of Finance, Mr. Budi Setiawan, President of Jember Fashion Carnival, Ms. Maya Solihin, all panel speakers, and all of audiences in this Zoom meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to praise and thank God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has granted countless blessings, knowledge, and opportunity, so we have the spirit to come virtually here in the Kanwil DJKN, Lampung dan Bengkulu, or we call it State Asset Management Regional Office, Lampung and Bengkulu International Webinar, enhance the capacity of the human resources, learn, share, and be successful. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously proposed this event, because a positive vibes event like this webinar will be a good example for every regional office at DGSAM. DGSAM means Directorate General of State Asset Management, to share all of the kinds of knowledge that are valuable for our employees. And of course, the event will open the opportunity to broaden our mindset about how to learn something new in the office. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, In 2019, when President Joko Widodo has been elected, his first speech said about the priorities of the Republic of Indonesia. President stated that we want to put our priority on human capital development because human capital development will be the key to Indonesia's future. The commitment of the Indonesian government to accelerate human capital development is already making a big difference. Over the past several years, the government has allocated significant resources and implemented several programs to improve education, health, and social protection. Investment in human capital is critical to the future of the country. Only with quality investment in people, we can deliver real outcomes and ensure that every citizen has the opportunity to earn a fair income, live a healthy life, and contribute to society. In 2020 until 2024, Indonesia will get the demographic bonus when our productive generation will be at its peak. It is beneficial for our country because we have lots of young people who will contribute more to our organization. The Ministry of Finance is serious about achieving a better quality of human capital in Indonesia. The government allocated 20% of national budget, or we call it APBN, 2021 for education, which is worth 550 trillion rupiah. The budget moved upward to support the education sector in the pandemic COVID-19 periods. Ministry of Finance also initiated Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education, or LPDP, which has the vision to prepare future leaders and encourage innovation for a prosperous Indonesia. LPDP regularly provides funding for scholarships and research to ensure many Indonesians will get a better education. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 pandemic has turned us into the people who are forced to be agile and adaptive. Every single action that we make should be the actions that consider the health prevention and other things related to the COVID-19 pandemic protocols. As a human, we should apply the tagline, survival for the fittest. In every single aspect in this pandemic era, we have to survive with this challenge because we will lose if we give up on this hardship. I will give you an example. When the pandemic hit us in early 2020, last year, we are forced to be adaptive with the situation, like we work from home, use the new technology for meeting with people, made coordination using all the platforms such as e-office Kemenq or e-office Ministry of Finance, Google Spreadsheet, and other channels that change the interaction among all people in our organization. We learn from this unprecedented situation to prove that we can do this. DGSEM, as a part of the Ministry of Finance, also implemented all of the adjustment that we need in this uncertain era. In managing human capital, DGSEM with other institutions collaborate in some projects such as assessment center, training, and webinars that are conducted online, so we still get the benefits from the activities even though everything is managed virtually. These kinds of new habits make us a person who can be productive in every situation that we face. Some policies in handling human capital management in the pandemic era are also created to make a business process run effectively. Flexible working space, satellite office, work from home work from office, or work from home-based combination are the example of initiatives that are made by Ministry of Finance that hopefully will be implemented to support our employee to be more inventive. Finally, I welcome you all in this international webinar, and hopefully there will be a lot of valuable knowledge and experiences from the speakers that we could modify and apply to the situation in our daily basis activity. So we will be a person who is more productive in our organization. In the end, I would like to congratulate English Talent Lampulu on the initiative from the from State Asset Management Regional Office Lampung and Bengkulu, and I hope this initiative can be a good example for all the regional office in DigiSem to initiate some creative ways to enhance human capital development in DigiSem. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Dedi Sharif Usman, for the speech given. Moving right along, it is our pleasure to have a well-known flower observer to deliver her keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present Her Excellency Mrs. Maya Solihin.
Good morning to Mr. Arik Haryono, Mr. Richard Ardono, Mr. Dedi Sharif Usman, Mr. Budi Setiawan, and all the panel speakers. I want to give my greatest gratitude to the committee that have successfully held this international webinar as we are preparing to celebrate the 76th of the Independence Day of the Republic of Indonesia. The highlighted topic that is enhancing the capacity of human resources, learn, share, and be successful, is really relevant to the society. As we are facing this uncertain pandemic, our society have learned many things, such as learning languages, from hobbies to industries. This is accordance with one of the Ministry of Education and Culture's program that is competence. Certificates, this could be an opportunity to those who do not take a formal education to be certified and to be acknowledged in regard to their competence. From my point of view as a flower observer, enhancing the capacity of human resources can be done. One of them is by pursuing hobbies, our interests outside of work, can also help diversity our skill set. A group of our team activities can get us in contact with people in different fields, introduce new opportunities, and expand our network. I'm sure that was an example of enhancing the capacity of human resources through hobbies. Many hobbies can be explored, and I'm sure people will learn also through hobbies. Our nation is the home of creativity. Many can be explored, and some institutions such as Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and Ministry of Education and Culture can be collaborate with industry. Thank you, and may God always protect us with this blessing, and let us hand in hand to rise in this pandemic condition. Dirgahayu Republik Indonesia, Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh, merdeka. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih, Mbak Maya.
Thank you, Her Excellency Mrs. Maya Solihin. Next, the famous world-class carnival, a tribute from Indonesia to the world, Jember Fashion Carnival. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of Jember Fashion Carnival, Mr. Budi Setiawan. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Budi Setiawan.
Good morning, the Honorable of ladies and gentlemen. Peace be upon you and Allah's mercy and blessing. Carnival greeting from us at Jember Fashion Carnival or JLC. Hopefully, we are all in peak conditions to get ready to become heroes for this nation in our various roles. We wish you a happy Independence Day for this beloved country. I think the most beautiful gift for a nation is the spirit of unity and integrity to face challenge for a nation that wants to become a great country. Indonesia is strong. Indonesia is growing. We strongly believe that Lamkulu's English talent will soon be part of the evidence that Indonesia is indeed strong. And at the same time, it will grow big, which some of us may not even be able to imagine to what extent. ETL builds optimism during this pandemic to make us realize that there are still big things that we must strive for apart from COVID-19. This is the same with us at the Jember Fashion Carnival. We will also continue to strive to strengthen the younger generation in terms of creativity through social activities. JLC has become a pioneer for modern Indonesian carnival, presenting carnival contents that doesn't just appear in a parade, but its participant must go through a lot of training and a test of God's first. The process takes months so that participants can find inspiration, design costumes, realize it to the best of their ability, and finally demonstrate in front of the public as well as the media and photographers who are difficult to count. ELT, with its founder, Mr. Ari Haryono, a visionary leader who dare to risk whatever he has to make his dream come true. It's a great blessing for DGKN in particular, but not everyone gets it. Only cool people can get it. It's not the looks we are talking about, it's the brain that contains cool philosophies. What are some cool philosophies? Among others, one to change something outside, we must first change ourselves. If we improve philosophies, change habit, make ourselves better in discipline, all wonderful things will happen to us. That is if we want to change for the better. Second, learning from personal experience and others people experience by observing, listening, and reading, including learning a foreign language in this case, can make ourselves have more value for many people. Third part, on ourselves more than working hard on anything else. Building what is inside of us will bring about a change for the better for what happened to us on the outside. And the fourth, the wind can blow from anywhere for all sailing ships in the oceans, but those who can control the sails well will bring the ship to its destinations. Congratulations on the successful international webinar hosted by ETL. It was amazing. Hopefully, ETL will become a solid bridge that will connect all members who are ready to work hard and smart to achieve various achievements in various parts of the world. Greeting from us, JLC Jember Fashion Carnival.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Budi Setiawan, for the speech given. Ladies and gentlemen, before we enter to the main session, I would like to invite you to take some photos. Please turn on your camera and bring the cheerful smile. Because today's participants are many and consist of several slides, we will take the photo by countdown to 10 to 1, and please all participants keep smile until I say the number 1. I'll start counting. Please ready and say cheers. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, I think the committee have done to take some photos. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Before we enter the panel discussion session, let's watch testimonial video from Mr. Togliesi Zoltan from Budapest, Hungary.
Hello, my name is Zoltan Togliesi. I'm from Budapest, Hungary. First of all, I would like to greet the organizers and the participants of the webinar. Actually, I'm an English teacher. I have been teaching for more than 15 years in a private language school. Therefore, I'm well aware that English is a very important language nowadays, both for personal and for business reasons. We live in a time of international companies, therefore English became a very important language. Our language school constantly receives requests from various companies and even governmental offices to help them to develop their language skills. Because of this, I would like to encourage everybody to take the opportunity that the Ministry of Finance offers through ETL and learn languages or any kind of new skills that will help in today's tough job market. So once again, I would like to congratulate for this webinar, and I hope that this will be useful for all the participants. I have a very positive feeling towards Indonesia because my wife is from Indonesia, so I have been to your beautiful country several times. So I really care and I'm really interested in your success. And since we are in August, I know that your Independence Day is coming closer, so I would like to also grab the opportunity to congratulate you and wish you every success. So Indonesia Tangguh, Indonesia Tumbuh.
Thank you, Mr. Togliesi Zoltan, for his encouraging video. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin the panel discussion. As has been said before, we have 6 speakers as representatives from 5 continents from around the world. The panel discussion will be chaired by Mrs. Ellen Maharani. Mrs. Ellen Maharani is a senior staff at Regional Office Lampung and Bengkulu, Directorate General State of Asset Management, Ministry of Finance. She is a certified governmental accountant from the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountant. She was best graduate of Bachelor of Applied Science, Indonesian State College of Accountancy at 2010, and then she earned her master's degree as Master of Public Administration from Australian National University, Canberra, Australia at 2016. At present, she is active as Board of Supervisor of English Talent Bengkulu Community. Mrs. Ellen, the screen is yours.
The Excellency, all keynote speakers, the Honorable Head of Lampung and Bengkulu Regional Office, Director General of the State Asset Management, the Ministry of Finance, all the head of regional offices and operational offices of the Directorate General of the State Assets Management, the committees, the participants, both from the Ministry of Finance and the public. Good morning. May God always gives us health and prosperity. Thank you, host, for allowing me to facilitate the panel speakers in this first and prestigious international webinar to celebrate the 76th Indonesia Independence Day with the title Enhance the Capacity of Human Resources, Learn, Share, and Be Successful. Our speakers today are the representatives of 5 continents, including the speakers whom concern with the development of human resources capacity, especially in Indonesia, our beloved country. Let me tell you the speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Rustanto, the head of Human Resources Divisions of the Directorate General of State Assets Management, the Ministry of Finance. The second is Ms. Tomomi Sakura Ijuin, the president of the World Kids Museum as the Asia's representatives based in Tokyo, Japan. Our third speaker is Ms. Lolita Bani Rahmadian, the master degree students of the University of Kansas as the representative of America based in Kansas, USA. Our fourth is Mr. Aldi Dwiyanto Yurioputra, the master degree students of the University of Navarra, Pamplona, Spain. Our fifth speaker is Mr. Darmawan Dwi Atmoko, the PhD candidate of the Queenstown University of Technology as the Australia representative based in Brisbane. And the last one is Miss Aisha Adibahasmiar, the Generation Z representative, the multi-talented girl with various awards. Not only the 6 speakers who will present their thoughts about human resources, but there are also 4 more testimonial videos, one of them representing the African continents from Nigeria, and the other 3 are from Montenegro, India, and Serbia. There will be a Q&A session at the end of the presentation. Every participant may ask the speaker directly or put the questions on the Slido link. I'm sure the committee have put the link on your Zoom or YouTube chat. And for an interactive discussion, we are expecting your participation. And now we will start by exploring how the Ministry of Finance, specifically the Directorate General of State Assets Management, manages its human capital. And we are going to directly hear it from the most eligible person on earth to share it, Mr. Rustanto. He is the head of Human Resources Division of the Directorate General of State Assets Management. He finished his PhD in Queensland University of Technology in Australia in 2019, and also master in Korean Development Institute School of Public Policy in 2010. He also has so many experiences and courses during his work in the Ministry of Finance. Please welcome Mr. Rustanto. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ellen. My beloved and honorable Mr. Dedi Sharif Usman, the Secretary of Division, Mr. Ari Haryono, the head of Lampung and Bengkulu State Asset Management Regional Office, all the high-level management officers at Ministry of Finance, Pak Budi Setiawan, the president of the Jember Fashion Carnival, He's such a inspirational person for me, who creates international events that make our nation proud of. And also Bu Maya Solihin, the hobbies can create the contribution to our country. And also all panel members, Miss Tomomi Sakura Ijuit, Nantiyandra Idesuka, Tomomi or Sakura? Yeah, maybe Miss Sakura, yeah. The president of the World Kids Museum, Tokyo, Japan. And also my fellows from Australia that currently struggling for his PhD. Hopefully you can pass the all stages successfully, and don't forget to maintain your health. Ms. Lolita Barani Rahmadian and Mr. Adi Duyanto, who are struggling as well, that initially start the master degree as well. And also Ms. Aisyah Adiba Hasimia, the Generation Z representative. And also all audience in this Zoom meeting. Hajime Masite Rostanto des Yorosiko Onegaisi Masu. This is my first greetings in Japan. First of all, let us praise to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we are able to attend this international webinar. I'd like also to say many thanks to Mr. Ari, the initiator of this program, and ETL program as well, the MC, moderator, and all committee members who given me opportunity to deliver an English sharing in front of you all. Such a golden opportunity to hear the successful experience, story, struggle to be successful from others. The theme that I'd like to share today, hopefully it's benefit to all of you, and I hope the all panel members and audience could provide feedback to improve it, is DigiZen's unique human capital management policy. Yeah. I've outlined today sharing into 5 topics covering human capital management, both in Ministry of Finance and DGZM as well. Refers to the organizational roadmap, as well as the most hit topics, which is the functional position and human capital development program. Next. As we can see, next please. Yeah, as we can see from the slide, that Ministry of Finance Human Capital Management Roadmap has been stated in the Minister of Finance Decree 581/2020, starting from controlling the growth within 2019 and 2023. It continues in 2020 that starting from at the end of this year, from this year, I mean this year until the end of this year, we still control the employee growth, and we have flatter organizations consists of bureaucracy simplification, centralized human resources information system enhancement, international job vacancy implementation in 2020 and 2021, and also acceleration of implementation of Ministry of Finance core functional position and other functional position. In 2023, we can see here that we have employee minus growth policy evaluations that we start actually the employee minus growth policy starting from 2019. And in 2023, it will be evaluated. And then the second thing is job shifting research that try to analyze which is the employee, the managers or staff from the Ministry of Finance can work to other ministry or institution as well as in the state-owned enterprises. That we can call that the Ministry of Finance becomes one of the leaders factory programs. And then in 2024, following up the result of the employee minus growth policy. And then the second thing in 2024, employee satisfaction survey. This is very important thing that we can measure the level of the employee engagement as well. So from this survey, hopefully the Ministry of Finance can release some policies that can increase the employee engagement and also at the same time increase the organizational productivity. Next, yeah, and the human policy direction actually refers to the human capital management roadmap, and you can see here there are 8 directions that from the highlight letters, the bold one, we can see that the first thing that Ministry of Finance has a policy direction to control the number and composition of the employee. This is one of the implementation of the minus growth. The second thing is improvement of human resources needs fulfillment system. Is all competency and all capacity will be built in this based on this policy. And then the performance management system improvement and employee, which is the e-performance that we can deal with it every semester. And then career management development, employee competency management, which is the one of the MED system in Ministry of Finance, strengthening the implementation leaders factory program. As I said before, that the one of the Ministry of Finance roadmap, as already stated, that Ministry of Finance become one of the leader factory. And then we can see the improving the work environment, that we can see here that impact of the pandemic is abundantly need our attention as well as in the way of working as well, and also the way of communicate and the way of we can continue our business, our core business. So at the same time, we need to improve based on the policy direction of Ministry of Finance. We try to improve the work environment system, including the award, giving awards to maintain the motivation of employee as well. And then lastly, improving employee data of human resources information system. Next. And some strategies, yeah, next. Yeah, some strategies that we can see from 2020 and until 2024, we have 12 strategies that we can see here from the implementation of work from home, how we adapt from the pandemic situation into the way of working as well. And currently we heard that one of the direction from the Minister of Finance is how we make the virtual office work become one of our ecosystem in working. And we can see here as well that it's continue to the in enhancing a business continuity plan. This is one of the important things that we have to prepare in adopting the pandemic situation based on our core business, but that financial is one of the essential sector that we have to aware as well. In the same time, we try to achieve our targets, try to productive. At the same time, we have to aware our health as well, including the protocols of health that we have to make sure that it's implementable as well. And then an enterprise architecture as well, it will be accelerated during this period as well, and so on until we have the Leaders Factory program at the end of the 20 during this period. This 12 strategies is come up together, so we cannot make it serial, but it can parallelly done in the Ministry of Finance, and it will be controlled, and every echelon one will have to be responsible on 12 of this strategy. Next. Now we can move to the DigiSem context. That as we can see here, that as already mentioned by Mr. Dedi previously, that one of the important thing of what is our president stated in the first speech when he was elected in 2029 is that the human capital. The human capital become the central of our priority from one of 5 priorities. And we can see here that the sustainable and adaptive principle is the main thing to be a distinguished asset manager. Why? Because currently we facing in the pandemic situation. So the sustain in terms of operational, our core business and our service. And at the same time, we have to be adaptive in terms of our way of working, in terms of our communication, how we doing our business as well. The objective of the, as we can see, the end state of the roadmap is distinguished asset manager. So all people here, all managers, all staff has together, and you have to be the distinguished asset manager. So why this is the end state? So we can see here that the objective of this distinguished asset manager is we have to optimize the professional human capital employee with integrity, modern and global insight. So in one person, we have 3 things that's very important that we have to be done. First is integrity, that modern, meaning that we have to adapt with the new technology as well, technologically savvy, and we have to have the global insight. And to achieve this, we have strategic targets. First, we still have to keep in our mind and implement the Ministry of Finance values and culture. So I hope everyone here still remember what the Ministry of Finance values are and what the culture are. So currently we still one of the culture that we still have to obey is 2 minutes before. So meaning that we have to be punctual in every single event that we make. Not only if we are in the committee, but also if we are participant on this meeting as well. And then we have to have a back up in the sustainable learning and human resources development system, and then strengthening the certified functional and professional employee. Yeah, this is one of the way how our organization try to acknowledge the profession that we have, and meaning that we have expertise in this area as well. So for example, we try to certify our appraiser last year, and hopefully in the following year, the certification program will be continuous as well. And then the 4th is establishment of legal protection for functional position. So we cannot let the functional person that can struggle alone to facing the low problems. And lastly, we establishment the knowledge management. And as we can maybe most of you already know that we have KMpedia, one of our knowledge management instrument. So through this platform, you can share your knowledge, you can share your experience. So not only from this webinar is very important to start up our sharing ability, and also we can learn from others experience. And from KNPedia, you can share as well continuously after this event as well. Next slide, please. And in doing so, the DGSM human resources management positions in DGSM strategic plan in 2020 until 2024, we have DGSM have institutional frameworks, and third frameworks is adaptive human resources and technologically savvy. Adaptive means that we have to adapt, make some adjustment in the way of our working, our thinking as well. And at the same time, we have to be technologically savvy, because currently we have one of the priority in transformational organization, which is digitalization. So without having technological savvy from every single person in DGSM, it's impossible we can do our job properly. Next. And currently we come into the very heat situation that we have DGSM regulatory institution functional position, which is government auctioneer, GF Pelelang, and then government appraiser, GF penilai pemerintah, and then government goods management, penata laksana barang. All of these three functional position, one of the thing that we have to do for the next stage is to make sure that they are expertise on this area, so they can do from the A to Z working every day of using their knowledge, using their expertise, and it's proof by certification from the national or international institution. And then DGSM as non-regulatory institution, we have IT professional, activists, archivists, which is arsip, arsip, and then human resources assessor from BKN, the international and the national human resources organization, and also functional position of sales state budget. And the purpose of the establishment of the functional actually is to make sure that we are state asset analyst, or we state asset auditor, or we are state asset user analysis. Next. And we have here that 70, 20, and 10 models. According to this model, we have learning types. 20% mean the structured learning, and then 20% mean learning from others, and 20% is learning from experience. And having this model, we try to implement this model into our daily business and human capital development. We can see from the next slide here. Next slide, please. Yes, we have 20% here. So, in development program for human capital in DGSM, we have 20% portion, meaning that we have fully concentrate about how to develop the capacity, the competency of the human capital in the DGSM. The vast majority of learning is done through assignments, secondments, or placement or problem solving. So from the daily deployment, for example, we deploy some staff to one office. We can see how they can solve their problem, and this must be the structure. I mean, like we need to provide learners with opportunity to try out new things, and then giving the feedbacks to help them improve. And the task should be drawn from the learner's job description. For example, assessment criteria for all members And we should link to the business priorities. It should be about giving the employee the experiences to develop their own skill to support their work within the organization framework. And the 20 means that we need to support the on-the-job training, on-the-job learning. That's learners can benefit greatly from others, like a mentor, or so from their manager, we can learn, we can implement the coaching, mentoring, and counseling as well at the same time. So every manager is HR manager. So this is from the 20% our development program. And lastly, the 10% mean I named it collaborative development programs. That means we collaborate with other institutions such as Pusdiklat or Learning Center or other professional assessor company. And at the same time, sometimes we choose the in-house training to improve our teamwork capacity, and also to build our teamwork strongly. And then next slide, please. To implement this 70, 20, and 10 model, we have here training programs, degree programs, assessment center, and also international cooperation. International cooperation and other programs. This is one of the example of the how we can build the collaborative as well. So the training programs, we have a training program from the Finance Education Training Agency, which is FETA, and also the tailor-made training as well. The degree programs, we have a scholarship talent management that we can provide everything, every single thing, starting from preparing in administrative thing and until they mock up with the interview as well. So we can prepare all stage of the scholarship candidate to join with in the scholarship talent management, and also scholarship administration, and then the entry program. And for the third thing that we the program of the 20% will be the assessment center. That this is the online assessment center or the competency and career development class as well. From this situation, we can build up, we can groom the competency of every single talent in DigiZen. Next. And this is the my last slide. From this event, actually, I hope that the English talent Lamkulu can be an inspiration for the other regional offices in DigiZen to build communities which has a vision to enhance the human resources qualities in the region. And also the second thing, we hope also that English Talent Lamkulu has specific goals so that we can, the program will be continuous in years, not only in this years, but also in years, next following years. And then number three, English Talent Lamkulu can collaborate with the other communities outside of the Ministry of Finance, and it's already done now. So it can continue the next following activities as well. So we can make the collaborative movement. If we can collaborate with the how we can collaborate with the Jember Festival as well, and other organizations as well, and we can build network as well at the same time. Networks is very important to strengthen our spirit and our same idea to fill up our independence. And lastly, remembering how the efforts of our heroes to fight for our independence that we already we will celebrate very soon in this month. It is right for us to appreciate the Independence Day by doing something positive with the spirit of nationalism so that we can contribute something to celebrate the Independence Day. So be competitive, be active, be collaborative, a generation for the name of our nation, so we can give the pride to our nation, so our nation can be proud with us. Merdeka. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Rustanto. So the Directorate General of State Assets Management is going to develop its human capital as a distinguished asset manager. And this policy has been broken down into several related programs that implicitly emphasize the importance of mastering the English skill. Mr. Rustanto expects that this ETL community may inspire, collaborate, and persist on its goal, of course, in line with the institutional need. And now we will start our journey around the world. And our first journey is going to the Asia continent. We are going to listen to our Asia's representative, Ms. Tomomi Sakura Ijuin. She is the president of the World Kids Museum based in Tokyo, Japan. She is well known as cross-culture innovator, event producer, and also negotiation professional. And she is also the board member or director of the Memento event and the ambassador of Jember Fashion Carnival. But before we are listening to Ms. Sakura presentation, let us watch this video first.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. I'm a representative of World Kids Museum from Tokyo, Japan. I'm honored to be here on the 76th day, Independence Day of Indonesia. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Arik, the organizer of ETL, this international webinar. Let us introduce our activity to world peace and children.
When children make real friendships during their childhood, they don't fight even when they're older. In 2011, World Kids Museum started an international art and cultural exchange centered around Indonesia and Japan for world peace.
For us to so it's like no war, we cannot fight. So we just be friends all together. World has to be all one together. We should work together, and when we work together, it's better. When we work together, you can have more fun.
なんか新しい発想っていうかとても楽しかったです。We are here to say that we care the world. It's time to stop fighting and searching for the peace. I see the tears on you. I feel the pain.
The power of children to help us get along. We are all one. We believe in the power of children to help us get along. The World Kids Carnival event shares fashion culture and having the world connect more by using the power of children to help us get along. The world is in danger of being divided even more by what happened with COVID-19 this year. Under such circumstances, the World Kids Museum believes in the power of children to help us get along and create world peace. JFC and World Kids Museum, who are putting on one of the largest fashion carnivals in Asia, are coming together with the mission of We Are All One. Because of the current situation we're in, we are holding an online event this year, and we are all so thankful from the bottom of our hearts for everyone that has helped
especially JFC's chairman, Mr. Eric. Why fashion? Fashion culture represents each country's individuality, nationality, and lifestyle. The theme for this event is to better understand and respect each other through fashion culture. Children from all over the world share how they live and what they wear through fashion culture, and learn to respect each other's countries even more. The theme song, We Are All One 2016, was written by Mr. Shin, CEO of the Soulmatics, a song about peace and friendship. This year, we have made a cover of that song in Indonesian. We hope that this message will spread and be translated to every language in the world in the coming years.
Wow, an amazing video. This video is started by Mr. Hiromichi Nagata, who congratulated Indonesia Independence Day and continue describing about the World Kids Museum program, about creating friendship between children and also creating world peace. And now, please welcome Miss Sakura. The time is yours.
Still mute ya?
Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations as you celebrate the 76th Independence Day of Indonesia. I am very honored to have been invited by Mr. Eric and to share my personal experience as president of World Kids Museum. In order to build and support children's connection, friendship, and global and peace mentality when all of us celebrate the important day. Thank you so much to Mr. Eric and everyone for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to talk about the story, the girl who 10 years old participated from our international exchange in 2016. The girl, she lives in Sendai city of Miyagi, the place where Great East Japan earthquake. This year, 10 years from the happen, it seems like yesterday that I was watching the shocking footage of the devastating earthquake and tsunami on the news and thinking, what can I do to help? In addition, as the living environment for children has changed dramatically since the earthquake, and arrange support and other activities were needed. So I was fortunate since 10 years ago to travel with the World Kids Museum to frontline around the world and put into perspective what really matters. Having every year's children cross-cultural exchange, making a friendship. For me, as a woman, philosophically, when you talk about respect and love, that's the way I want to live my life. It moved me from children power, what I saw. And also, I'm just fascinated with Indonesia's culture, and I love the Indonesian culture. And this gave me the opportunity to explore it and to honor the things that I love most about their culture. Moving back to the story of the girl, outdoor playgrounds have the power to bring people together. The year we announced about our activity, we called We Are All One 2016 to Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture. Around the grade 4, 70 children applied for participation. We used to charter an aquarium on a small hill in a residential area on the countryside of the city. The 70 participants were divided into teams of the 5 children and held the workshop to draw pictures on kite together. Lion life. So they live in the same city, but they never seen each other. But they had to work together to get the represent team for children ambassador for their trip to Bali. Looks like a little nervous for the first 10 minutes, even all of Japanese. But they quickly got to know each other and shared own thoughts with each other to create an artwork. Then Japanese amazing artist, Miss Chie Toribuchi, chose one team. The 5 selected children, 3 boys and 2 girls, was never to international trip and trip without parents as well. Actually, in Japan, 4th grade English education is only once a week for the purpose of the cultivating the basics of the communication skills. Especially they live on the countryside, there are not as many foreigners as in Tokyo, less chance to speak English. However, children find a quickly new form of fun play and cheered up to adults. The girl was very excited on the plane. The flight was supported by Garuda Indonesia as official supporter and Indonesia Embassy in Tokyo and MOFA Japan as well. By their support, so safely arrived at the Denpasar airport in Bali. It was evening. After checked in our hotel, we went to dinner by walk. So 5 minutes far from the hotel, walked by seaside, so timing was a beautiful sunset. But the children very quiet. On a narrow sidewalk by the seaside in Kuta, and passing by the many foreigners, so even beautiful sunset, they couldn't afford to look at it. When arrived at the restaurant, they became more quiet. So very quiet. And even delicious nasi goreng came to the table. They looked like were too nervous to eat. And it may have been scary. So without parents, there are no Japanese other than our service. And children can't understand English and Indonesian as well. The faces of the people by the new country, the new language that flew around, the culture, the cityscape, and the buildings, the food, all seems to be trying to understand all fresh to children. So I was a little worried for next days, our exchange, because children was very nervous. The plan was make a kite with Balinese children, about 20 new friends of the same generation. However, I was so surprised. In just 30 minutes, they could build mighty friendship. Sometimes with leadership in the group and the girl, I have seen by glittering eyes, make a kite together and hug together. It always seems like they found best friend for a lifetime. And they used to fly the kite made together to the blue sky to the body, the blue sky of the body. And I saw they helped each other naturally and of course can understand the language. So they across the differences understood each other with heart. So what is empathy? So I think this is empathy. And the last day of the tour, the girl gave me a letter. So end of this story, I would like to read it everyone. The title, The Found My Dream. Having taken me to Bali gave me a big dream. In Bali, when I made a kite with local children, I made it in groups. I was in the same group as Okakun, a boy who is good at making kites. The place to raise a kite was a sandy beach in Sanur. Everyone helped me, and the kite I made fly up very high. So I was happy that everyone got along well and so nice to me. We also sang the song together. After experiencing various cultural differences, I found my dream of becoming an architect. I want to be able to speak more English. When become adult, I want to be able to fulfill my dreams and contribute with Bali people again. Oh, so what do you think of this story? So we adults didn't teach to children anymore about peace and friendship. Children teach us to what is important, and adults sometimes have their own role and responsibilities. Sometimes in the office, sometimes in the company, family, groups. So we have so many responsibilities on our shoulders. So it may sometimes be very difficult to say that pure friendship is the best, most priority. However, even if sometimes can't eat delicious nasi goreng, even if sometimes we can't have a nice smartphone, I want to say purely friendship is most priority than all. We wish we could think about friendship first and what we can do by each personality. I wanted to think in that order about peace. So after we started this cross culture 10 years of international work, this pandemic and this moment made me rethink the needs and suffering within my own country and world. Through the years seeing and hearing about the recovery of your beautiful sites of Indonesia, I have so much respect to people of Indonesia for your strength, kindness, and love for each other. I think it gives hope to the people now that they are fighting through the COVID pandemic all around the world. However, I can also imagine that there are still many people fighting through the pain emotionally and mentally. So let's all continue to support each other, be kind to each other, and love each other. I'm always praying for you, Indonesia, and for better world. We still live in a difficult time with the COVID-19. That is why I would like to continue to provide children in Japan and Asia with opportunity for international growth. I would like to thank you to all our supporters who I met for our activity in these 10 years, especially MOFA Japan and Indonesia as well, and World Flower Council Maya, and JFC Iwansan, and Bali Post Media Group. And today, this venue helped by Mr. Ikeda, who International Ambassador of JFC. I look forward to coming back to Indonesia soon. So thank you for your listening. And thank you for your supporting ETL organizer, Ministry of Finance Indonesia. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu, Ms. Sakura. Thank you for sharing the ideas about empathy, creating world peace, respect, and love is what really matter. Arigatou gozaimasu for sharing. Before we listen to our third speaker, let us continue our journey to Africa. We have a testimonial video from the Nigerian, Ubo Sezana. Enjoy.
Hi there, how are you? My name is Ubo Echezana. I'm a Nigerian presently living in Central Europe, Budapest to be precise. Indonesia for me is a very beautiful, diverse and culturally wonderful country. Its languages and all that makes it a very, very, very unique and welcoming place for tourism and the likes. Also found with famous for its people, the shared identity has developed with the motto of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, many yet one. And also defined by national language, and also being the world's largest island country with around 17,000 islands, a member of the United Nations, World Trade Organization, G20, the fourth most populous country in the world. I'm sure that the good people of Indonesia would actually embrace the unsurmountable benefits of the ETL, English Talent Lamkulu. So I am strongly in support of this, and I hope that the community continues to grow stronger in its members and its activities as well. In concluding, I would like to wish the people of Indonesia a happy 76th independence anniversary. Indonesia Tangguh, Indonesia Tumbuh. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Abba. Abba gives congratulations for Indonesia 76th Independence Day, and also wishes that the ETL community can continue to grow. And our third speaker is the representative from America, Miss Lolita Bani Rahmadian. She currently lives in Kansas, USA with her family for having a master's degree student of public administration in the University of Kansas. She is international leaders delegates in 2019 and also the best delegates of DJKN Muda in 2018. Now it's turn, Miss Loli.
Can everyone hear me well?
Sure.
Yeah. I have some connection issues, so I think this might lag a bit, but I will try my best. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Well, actually, it's good evening here in Lawrence, Kansas, because of the 12-hour time difference. It's currently around 10:30 in the evening. So yeah, please pardon me if I make mistakes, all right? Anyways, my name is Lolita Rahmadian. I am a master's degree student in public administration at the University of Kansas, USA. I'm very honored to be given this opportunity by ETL or English Talent Lamkulu to be able to share my experiences as a student in the United States. So first of all, I would like to ask the participants of this webinar, is there any one of you who wants to pursue their studies in the US? If yes, can you please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. So basically, next slide, please. Well, yeah, so basically you can definitely continue your studies, not only in the US, but also in other countries around the world through scholarship. Um, First of all, I would like to introduce you to the Fulbright Scholarship, which is funded by the government of the United States. And this is like also the scholarship that sponsors my study here. It is a very well-known and global scholarship where many countries participate in sending their best youth to study in the US. The next scholarship we have LPDP. Most of you might already know this one. It is funded by the government of the Indonesia. The next one is FEDA scholarship for the employees of the Ministry of Finance. And also we have university scholarship. Here in the US, many universities offers grants or funds for their students to continue their studies based on their academic achievements or financial situation. You could definitely also get a scholarship from many more ways, like company scholarship or maybe individual scholarship. Basically, I would like to tell you that you need to have backup plans when applying for a scholarship. You need to do not stick to one scholarship, but try to apply to several others so it could increase your chance. And also yeah, you the same goes to choosing university. You need to to have several plans, several universities you want to get in, because it will also increase your chance to be able to be accepted in the university in the US. Next slide, please. In this slide, I would like to talk about the common stereotypes or perceptions that people outside of the US, for example, me initially, or maybe you, that we have that maybe discourage us to continue our studies or choosing United States as our destination for study. So the first expectation, so I divided into like positive and negatives. The first positive expectation is that all cities in the US looks like the New York City, which is full of lights and skyscrapers. So to be honest, the fact is 41% of US land is for livestock. It is used to grow like cattle, cows, pigs, and for farms also. And the second and third years is for forest land or the national parks. Maybe it is kind of not clear, but the background of this slide is actually the Grand Canyon, one of the most popular, most well-known national park of the US. And actually, urban areas are only 15% of the land. The second expectation is that the US is the land of prosperity. And the fact is, homelessness and concentrated poverty are still the problems here. It is really close to our lives. Like in my daily life, I also oftenly see many homeless people in the street. So yeah, especially in the bigger cities, homelessness is very like the problem of the nation. The third expectation is that it's always snowing during winter here in the US, but the fact is some states even rarely get snow, such as Florida, Southern California, or Hawaii. For example, I once visited Florida, and not only snow, but it also seldomly rain in Florida. It is really a dry land. So yeah, people like only get the chance to see snow in like 10 years or 15 years. It's really rare. The next expectation is the negatives one. The first is that people are unfriendly or individualist. Well, I'd say it may depends on the cities, because where I live in Lawrence, Kansas, people are very, very nice and polite. Why did I say polite? Because we can really see the example in our daily lives. Even when I go to the grocery store to shop, when people want to go through, when they want to go past me, they will like just say excuse me, and it's like I am really surprised at first because I thought people here are very individualist, but no, people are really, really friendly here. The next expression is the Islamophobia or racism. Oh, while it is true, but currently it is starting to decrease little by little because of the civil rights movements. And the next expectation is that everything is expensive here. But the fact is, some things like milk, eggs, bread, meats, even used cars are way cheaper here. Maybe we can link this to the first reality that most of the land in the U.S. is used to grow animals, to grow cattle and livestock. So yeah, it contributes to the like lower price of the groceries like milk or meats here. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to talk about what to expect as a graduate student, especially during this special pandemic situation. So first, expect a lot of readings. It is actually a standard for our graduate students, whether or not there is pandemic, you are expected to have a lot of readings. But you can try using PDF or ebook, so you can read anytime, anywhere with your phone, and the key points prior to class. I'm sorry if there is noise from my son.
Kelly, the supporter.
Yeah. Well, actually, for using PDF or ebook, I really did this. I really read anywhere and anytime, even while breastfeeding my son. So it is really hard work, but yeah, you can you can definitely get something from it, because if you did not prepare, you will not like ready for the class, and you will not understand anything in the class. So yeah, please do your reading. The second is discussion sessions. Expect many discussions. And with discussions, I mean like you need to practice your English, right? At first, I also very, I'm really not good at English, but I exercise a lot. I use voice recorder. And by the time I went to the class, I am already prepared with the material. So yeah, I know what my opinions are about this, about the readings or the case. So it will like it's ease my discussion with my peers. The next to expect is more online classes. This is a special pandemic situation. The pros of this format of classes is like you get to stay on your bed, no hassles with like preparing, changing your clothes or anything, getting the public transportation, getting the bus. Well, actually, I also often not shower and like just put on my hijab and yeah, ready for the Zoom. But the cons, like you will miss out having real connection and conversation with your peers and lecturers. Actually, I only had one in-person class throughout my journey here in the United States. But I can really say there is nothing that can replace in-person class. The experience, the ambience, of having to like connect with your peers and your lecturers and discuss many things, even like daily lives. It is really irreplaceable with the Zoom sessions. Next, please. Next slide. Now we are going to talk about living in the US, especially in Kansas, the Sunflower State. Currently, I live in the city of Lawrence. It is the home of the University of Kansas. So it is a university town where most of the people here are students. It is really convenient for me because they have the public bus for free for students of the University of Kansas. We call it KU. So KU is University of Kansas. And the rent, because Lawrence is not that big of city, we don't even have malls here. So the rent is like not that high if we compare it to like bigger cities like New York City or Chicago. It is like just like maybe half of their price. But I'm thankful that I got to live in a nice apartment where there are all the facilities. We have all the facilities, and it is also close to everything like grocery stores and restaurants and many things. Family as your support system. I would like to talk about bringing your family here to the United States. So basically, with my Fulbright scholarship, we got like the J1 visa. I get the J1 visa, and my husband and son get J2 visa. So with J2 visa, you can actually work here. So the spouse can work here, and with working, the basic wage here in Lawrence is like $15 per hour. Well, it depends on if you want your spouse to work, then you need to think of how will the child be taken care of. Maybe we want to send them to daycare, or maybe it is easier or simpler with getting your spouse with the baby or the child. So yeah, it is always like a decision to make, and it depends on yourself. For me, my husband stays in the house with me. He doesn't go to work because we want to like give my son the best attention from their parents. And yeah, and the daycare cost is really high. It's like around $600 a month or $10 an hour. So yeah, it is kind of high. So we choose not to get a daycare or a nanny. Next is study life balance. Make sure that you have study life balance. By balancing it, I mean you have to have entertainment. You need to also eat out, not only cook in your house. And maybe for those of you who came here alone or without a family, you can try volunteering, because there is one quote I really like from Mahatma Gandhi, if I'm not mistaken. It tells you about how to find yourself in the loose of service of others. So it is volunteering is the best way to like find yourself, find the meaning of your life. And for the pictures here, the first picture is in the winter, in front of one of the buildings in KU. And the second picture is the mascot of KU. It's called a Jayhawk. The third picture is the KU area, the University of Kansas area. And the fourth one is the sunflower, which represents the state of Kansas. Next slide, please. Life as a Muslim. I bet this topic is really like interesting for most of you, right? Because as a country where Muslims is the majority, going to a country as a minority is kind of hard. And that is also what I thought at first. But when I came here, I actually found that the Muslim community in Lawrence is quite big. So I am really surprised but thankful. I am really thankful. And my apartment is also not too far from the mosque. So like my husband can always go every Friday to Jum'ah. Yeah, we also they also hold Eid prayers. I've had two Eids here, the Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. They also have Sisterhood Halakha. It's like Quran learning for the women. And also they also have free Ramadan iftar meals. So if I got it several times in Ramadan, and it really helps me, and it is really, really good. The next one is the University of Kansas Muslim Students Association, because I said that the Muslim community in Lawrence is quite big. There are, we can say, many Muslim people here. So many also Muslim students at KU. And we have this community where we often have gatherings and fun events. Actually, the third picture is when we have iftar during Ramadan. It is really fun, but actually, most of them are not international students. It is very surprising, but they are like the people of the Lawrence, like the citizens of Lawrence. So yeah, they were born and raised here as a Muslim from maybe Arab descent or Pakistan or India. But they are not international students. They live here. They were born and raised here. And also this year, Ramadan fasting in Lawrence were around 16 hours. Started from 4:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. But actually, it doesn't really. I didn't really notice that long time, because it is still like freezing because it is in the spring. So yeah, it is not hot at all. So everything is fine. But now, since it is summer currently, if it is the Maghrib and Isha is like getting more and more late. As for now, the Isha is like on 10 p.m. and Maghrib is around 8:30. Yeah, so it's really late at night. So yeah. Thankfully, it is not, the Ramadan was not during this time of the year. So yeah, I'm thankful for that. So yeah, actually this is my last slide, but I really want to thank you, and please stay healthy. And for English Talent Lamkulu, I really hope that this initiative can really go a long way, can be really consistent, and I really appreciate that the Lampung Regional Office have this kind of movement, because English currently in these days is really important, and yeah, everyone should know English, and that is why this community really helps to achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lily, and the supporters.
I'm sorry.
And it actually visualized the reality about living abroad and the
Yeah,
importance.
it is the reality.
Yeah, it is.
As a mom student.
Yeah, it may not always perfect, of course, but yeah, trust me,
Yeah.
it will be last long in our memory. Thank you, Lily.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess everybody has questions for the three speakers, but I beg you may wait until the end of the sixth presenter before our Q&A session. To keep in mind, the participants can ask directly to the presenters or may
Ellen, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. I guess you may put the link, your question on the Slido. And before we give the session for our fourth speaker, let us share the testimonial video from the Montenegro, Kana Lejevic. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Kana. I'm a medical student and I come from Montenegro. I would like to congratulate Indonesia and wish them a happy 76th anniversary. As the fourth most populous country in the world, I'm sure there are many challenges when it comes to enhancing the capacity of human resources, and this was even more so the case in this year with the pandemic situation. Therefore, I really appreciate the effort of the community, the English talent Lamkulu, who are spreading the positivity and helping people learn and master this universal language. I can only hope that everybody else in Indonesia will have the same spirit and keep on improving themselves in any way they can.
Yeah, after congratulating Indonesia, Kana appreciates the existence of the ETL community and hope that everybody else can do the same. And now our fourth speaker is the multi-talented Generation Z, Miss Aisha Dibahasmia, or you can call her Tata. She's only a high school student, but has achieved so many awards. She is actually have an achievement in NCH London Essay Competition in 2020, achieving highly commended award on the area of politics. Wow. Wonder Voice International Speech Competition also in 2020, achieving an honorable mention awards, and also so many more. She will present her idea about perspective capturing youth interest in maximizing their global opportunities. Please, Tata.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think I definitely can start now. Now, sure. Everyone, thank you so much, Miss Alan. Now, everyone, good morning, a very good morning from Semarang. I'm currently based in Semarang, Central Java. My name is Aisha Dibahasmia, but you can definitely call me Tata as something simpler and something common for everyone. Now, I know that I'm very new here to every one of you here. Perhaps most of you are still unfamiliar with me, but I am here just representing my fresh perspective. I am not as great as the previous speakers. I do not have any bachelor degree nor I am coming to master degree. I am still a year 13 student, or perhaps in Indonesia, we will call it as kelas 12, year 12 in a senior high school. So I am still very young, very yet to be mature, but I am here to represent my fresh perspective of what our theme today will encapsulate, will capture. Now, firstly, I would like to say thank you so much to Miss Allen for introducing me. As what she has mentioned earlier, I'm still a grade 12 student, and I am currently studying in one of an international school in Semarang, which is probably why you would think that I have a great potential in maximizing my potential in delivering my speech in English or perhaps in this global language. Now, as what Mr. Arik has initiated for this topic, we will be encapsulating how to enhance our global opportunities with developing our English, especially in our workplace. Before that, I'm actually still very young and I don't have much work experience, but I have participated in several competitions and delivering what my idea in the area which I am most intrigued with. As an example, I am one of the winners from one of an international college in London, in UK, which is called New College of Humanities London. There I represent my ideas, my essay, and my speech in regards to democracy and the setback of democracy, especially in the developing countries like Indonesia as well. I am also active in several youth-led organizations, NGOs, a growing non-governmental organization, again, exploring my ideas in regards to social issues, politics, economics, and public administration, basically. So throughout my experience, one thing I know for sure is that Indonesians still need to improve and to go beyond their expectation in order to achieve this global opportunity. In 2019, I participated in an international competition. It was a debate and writing competition, which was held in Yale University. It was in the United States of America. So it was beautiful time pre-COVID, before COVID strikes. So it was very great, where an opportunity where I can actually meet so many people from different backgrounds, from various countries in one of the most prestigious universities in the world, which is Yale University. So teman-teman, my friends, if you search in Google right now, Yale University and its ranking and its prestigious university, its high marks for its excellence and achievements, it is regarded as one of the top universities in the world. So it was one of the most a milestone for me, actually, a stepping stone where I get to explore what really is English for me and for my community, for the society in Indonesia. Now, specifically in the workplace, especially in where all of you are from, I think English is still something vague that is not commonly indulged with someone or with our community. And I think that there is still a mindset of not growing into global opportunities, which I have earlier emphasized on. So first, I would like to explain my experience first. Starting from grade 11, grade 7 in junior high school, I have the opportunity to get scholarship to enter an international school in Semarang, in my own city, which is why I am currently still studying in an international school that is based with Oxford curriculum in UK. And in that point, I realized that there is, a huge margin, a very wide gap between our curriculum and my curriculum, the curriculum which I am implementing. I realized that there is the potential that I grow for myself, the opportunity to think critically, to address issues, and critique what we think is not right, which might not be implemented or not be supported by other students from other schools. Now, this is not the way that I would like to say that we should change the mindset, change the curriculum. I think there is the mindset that we as adults, or me as a growing adult, have the potential to explore what we like and support the youths to encourage what they like. For example, in 2021, earlier this year, I submitted an essay to MCH London. It was about how democracies die. Now, democracy is something very, very controversial or very sensitive, in a way that people would say, I am very young to acknowledge or to explore politics, and that you are not capable of exploring what you really like. Now, this is not the only thing that I realized. A lot of my friends also experience what they think that I am too young and I cannot explore what we like. In English, especially. So before I start with politics, I explore culture, which is something very common to me, and I believe very common to everyone here, to all workers out there. I think culture is something that we are always bounded with, always close to our heart. I think Miss Allen would definitely agree to that as well. So in 2021, I started an essay exploring about cultures, exploring about what youths think about, empowering ladies, empowering women. And then I also explore what it means to be empowering youths, to empower youths to explore global opportunities. And from that one step, I realized that it can actually make people understand what English really define people as in our world. So I started to realize that I need to continuously and persistently address critically of the issues that happen around us, of the topics that are very common or perhaps very vague around us, and explore what we can do to that, what we can implement for that. So I started various ways. I started with joining competitions, exploring about politics, economics, and past historical events which are not well taught in my school. And I also explore far beyond that, joining a webinar, joining international competition, joining international seminars, all international exposure that I can do to delve deeper and to develop myself as a person, as an individual. And I would say that I am very lucky, very, very privileged to do that, which is why I really do believe, and aligning with this topic, I really do believe that enhancing human capabilities in linguistic or in language is so much crucial for everyone, especially in the 21st century. And this is why I really represent my view as a Generation Z, or basically millennium, right? As we all would call it. So my friends, if we all agree that if you open Instagram right now and then you search for youth-led organizations, that is one step. We create our community into a global perspective. We create them to be more developed in terms of thinking, in terms of critically addressing issues, and in terms of exploring some topics that are not well delved deeper. For example, youth-led communities are very common. Now, ETL, or English Talent Lampulo, is one of the example of communities, a growing communities that is highly missionarized into globally maximizing the opportunities for many people out there, for all of you, for all of my friends here, which is why I believe that through English, not as a solution, but as a bridge to communicate for us as individuals and for wider communities. Perhaps all of my friends here have traveled around the world, I believe, have traveled to other countries, to other nations, and I perhaps need more experience from all of you. But as a student, as someone who represents a fresh perspective of what Indonesia or what the world would be in the next 5 to a decade later, I believe that it is our responsibility to enhancing the human capabilities to explore English not as a second language, but as the main language. Now, we are not reversing or replacing Bahasa Indonesia as the common language, right? But I think English is seen as the bridge, as I have mentioned previously, a bridge to communicate and to sharing ideas in terms of exploring what we can do as a global, as a people who are living and currently imposing what the rules are genuinely implemented right now. For example, in one of the communities I joined, it explores topics which are quite controversial right now in a way that we want to make sure that youths or teenagers like me have the potential to think beyond textbooks. I think we all agree that during our years of education, we are always bounded with A, B, C, D, multiple choice questions, right? MCQ questions are confusing, but it is satisfying. It is comforting because we know for sure that the answers are based ABCD. But in my curriculum and throughout my years of education, I realized that it is very torturing because we do not know how to delve deeper on what ideas, to what extent it can happen, to what extent one situation can be implemented, to what extent one issue can be explored far beyond the question. So that is one step that we know for sure English is there as a language to bridge our perspective into a platform that shares to others. And as Mr. Art once ever said to me, English is so much important than any other people would ever imagine. I truly believe that English is not again a solution, it is a bridge to people in enhancing what they like and what they can explore in order to brand themselves into a personally developed people. Teman-teman, if anyone has read, perhaps Miss Allen or anyone has read my CV or my curriculum vitae, one would say that, you're too young to change the world. You're too young to, understand what the country is implementing right now, what the country is going right now. But such mindset is experienced by so many other people, by so many other youths that are around me that are experiencing the same way as I do. But they do not refuse, but I refuse. I refuse to listen to what others say, and I tend to believe that what I'm doing is developing our country, is contributing to developing our society as a global, right? So I started with a very simple step. I know that English, the years of education using English is very much highly bounded with my heart, with my life, and that I know I can contribute something in order to assure people that you have the potential to start doing what you like and to start maximizing your opportunity right now at this point, and so that you can work and you can start to develop your ideas in a foreseeable future. So one way for sure that I realized what we can do to ensure that English is becoming a global language for Indonesia itself is to assuring that youths have the same potential and have the same courage, have the same initiative to understand what it really means for our life. It is not only about language, it is not only about subject, but it is about bonding. It is about exploring ourselves in order to become someone who is very active and very passionate in working our field and delving beyond our field. Adults have the capability, have the resources, to improve students, to improve youths, and to improve perhaps other workers out there of what English really means. My parents have always taught me that English is not what you aim for. English is a language to bridge yourself and your dreams, the pursuit of your dreams. Now, I believe the previous speakers, perhaps other women, other ladies, or perhaps Mas Aldi, our next speaker, would agree that English is very much important for the application of university, the application to applying for master or PhD. But I believe English is much more than that. I think English is not the solution to achieving my dreams, but English is the bridge of how we can ensure that we ourselves personally developed. So our mindset should, so the mindset that we have right now should be implemented to youths nowadays. And this is why I believe that our fresh perspective as millennials or Generation Z is empowering others, especially during this pandemic. If my friends, all of you here are active in Instagram, I believe everyone here has Instagram. Please let me know if no one has Instagram. Let me know for sure if nobody has Instagram here. I will definitely blame on that. But if anyone here has Instagram and understand the potential that Instagram has right now during this pandemic, I believe everyone here knows that the growing community, organizations, media partner, and approaching public figures is something very crucial in developing what we can do, especially during this pandemic. One of the organizations that I joined, it is a community that I built together with other university students. We explore controversial Indonesian issues around our nation. Why? Our aim is just to introduce our ideas to other youths in order to tell them that we have the same potential in order to delve deeper and explore our critical thinking. And we have the ambition to do so, which is why I definitely believe that ETL or the communities in Lampung, Bengkulu really have the same mindset or the same opinion, the same perspective in exploring why we need to implement English in our area, why we need to implement English in our field of work. Which is why I actually believe, I actually really agree with this, with the idea that developing students or developing individuals from language, from linguistic expert is crucial, especially as we all agree here in the webinar right now. We all know that the ambition to start is hard, but the aspect that we want to achieve is so much more comforting, and that it can build our mindset to constantly explore what we like and constantly know that what we do is right for others. As an example, again, we all here come from different backgrounds, right? We have Miss Sakura from Japan, far away from Japan, away from our nation. We have I myself come from Semarang, and perhaps all of my friends here come from around Indonesia, across our nation. What we believe is that Bahasa Indonesia connects us, bonds us into a community, into a society, and into an organization that aims for achieving the better of Indonesia. But what we can do to ensure that English can be implemented in our area right now? What can we start, right? And so taking a milestone, taking a ground step, a stepping stone in creating English Talent Lampulu, ETL, as an organization that starts the idea of building English as developing people is one great way. And I really do agree that the idea really implements from someone who really care about linguistic and the importance of language and our country, right? Secondly, my point of enhancing human capabilities, right? I myself is a Muslim. I grew from a Muslim family, but I love exploring Confucianism belief or Confucianism quotes, proverbs, basically quotes. So one of my favorite Confucianism quotes is called San Chun Ketuo Shuaye, Pifu Pukul Tuocheye. It means one army can conquer many generals or many commands, but no man can ever steal one ambition. It means no matter how much you try, or no matter how much you try to critique someone of the idea of implementing or starting a journey, no man can ever steal or rob. No man can ever take one's ambition in building goodness. And this goodness is the bridge to us communicating with others and communicating with the other world. I myself, as a grade 12 student, I'm still, busy with my school for sure, right? With my school for university application, and for other standardized tests. But I have one thing that is very attached in my mind. I believe that exploring what I like is one way in achieving others' dreams. I believe that exploring what I like right now and ensuring that people learn something from me through this webinar, for example, is one way that I can achieve my dream. What is my dream? What is your dream? That is the question, right? What is my dream? My dream is to become an international person who has the potential to educate someone in the nearer future, in the foreseeable future. Now, what is your dream? We all believe that we are all connected because we want something good, right? Because we want to build something positive for our community, and which is why we are all here, not without any force, but because our heart says so, right? I think that is one way to understand each of us right now, despite distance, for sure, despite distance and despite other borders. But because of this common reason, because of this ground reason, we know that we want to achieve language as something that is capable to be explored for our education, for our life, and for our children as adults, as parents. This is not educating ourselves, but I think this is empowering, right? Empowering people to understand that our mindset should be implemented for the youths. And because the youths have the power to build Indonesia as a country, as a nation that develops globally, despite the problems that we have right now, I believe it is a milestone, a ground step for everyone to understand and acknowledge the importance of critical thinking for youths since an early age. Now, I would say that I am privileged. I have the, I have the privilege, the gratefulness, the blessing to explore my critical thinking, and I have the resources. I have my parents. I have people who give me the platform. Here, you can think critically. But despite that, I have faced many critics. I have faced many people who say that I am not well enough and I am not experienced enough to explore what I like, especially in controversial issues. But I know that what I am doing is developing my society, my community into something that they can be implemented, that can be imposed in the foreseeable future. And this is why we implement English. We know that English as a language knows that we know it is a language that bridge our ideas, which is why I think Miss Allen perhaps would agree to this as well, and other students, other individuals from master or from PhD people would agree from their experience, would agree from their their achievements, their accomplishments, that English is not only for our daily life, but it is also for the future that we hold, the future that we imagine, and the future that we want to be implemented on. I think it is the main idea of my speech, but perhaps if anyone would like to ask something regarding what I have just explained earlier, please let me know at this point. Again, my friend, I do not have much experience as all of you here, but I have the fresh perspective and the genuine perspective that I, as a passionate youth, would like to contribute to wider community, and not just my study, not just for personal benefits, but also for the external benefits I would like to gain from and I would like to learn from. And which is why I really do encourage everyone and really do understand that English is one way to enhance the human capabilities through experiences and through understanding one another. I actually have one final story. If Miss Allen would like me to continue, I think she would mind.
Yes, please, Tata.
I think you would mind that. So coming back to the competition which I have ever joined, it was called World Scholars Cup. It was back in 2019, and it was actually during my first year of my sophomore year of high school. It was the time when I understand that I am not smart enough in English. 5 years of education in international school has not taught me much of English until I experienced what it is to implement English as a language and as a bridge. For example, in Yale University, 2 weeks in Yale University, I know that my English is not well educated enough. And so I know that I need to take steps in order to encourage myself throughout these 2 weeks. What I do is simple. I introduce my ideas through building community with so many people around me, so many people from different countries. And we know that we can share something similar, one ground step, one mile step, right? And so we explore about politics. And from that on, we started to grow as a community. Perhaps if my friend would like to know, I would like to share in the perhaps in later time of the community that I am building. And through this, I continuously gain the courage to think critically, to explore what I like, not only in one aspect of English, but also in so many branches. So I started with joining so many other competitions. First, I joined in Singapore and also in Asian Foundation. I explore essays and critics regarding cultures, regarding empowering women through like empowering women through batik, or through cultures that are not well acknowledged in people or in our society right now. And then I start to explore these cultures into something more serious, economics, for example. How well or how close this economics is to students, to youths like me, or to teenagers, millennials out there. How close or how understandable is our economics right now to them? Because every economic aspect is very relatable, right, to everyone here. And so from economics, I know that I need something to acknowledge my ideas into something, a greater step, a further approach. So I explore politics, democracy, how democracy can acknowledge or can recognize students, youths, every individual's opinions, perspectives. And from that politics, I understand that people have the same potential, that people have the same approach. And it again comes to your ambition. And this ambition can be manifested, can be seen clearly observed from what we are doing right now, a webinar, a community to bond ourselves despite distances, despite unknowingness, despite all of other borders or other boundaries. So one thing for sure, teman-teman, one thing for sure that I would like to emphasize is regardless of what your dreams or what your pursuit are in the coming future, I think taking steps one by one in order to understand, acknowledge, and implement English as your daily and as your common ground is so much crucial that people should understand, that people should acknowledge, and you should not only bound yourself in your work or in your study, but to bound yourself with others in order to achieve that external benefits you want to spread, right? So I think that is the main idea that I would like to share today, my fresh perspective again. And I think if anyone has the potential or has the questions regarding my experience of regarding what I have mentioned earlier, please let me know. Thank you so much.
Okay, Tata. Yes. Yeah, Tata's presented the urgency of everyone to be able to have the competitive advantage, specifically in mastering English as bridging the pursue the dreams. Tata can be the role model or inspiration of every youth, even everyone, to become their best version. Thanks, Tata, actually, for your time. But probably, I'm afraid Tata cannot join for the Q&A session because she cannot miss her class anyway. Is that correct, Tata?
Yes, that's right. I'm skipping my class now.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you very much, Tata. Bye anyway.
Thank you so much, Ms. Helen. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes. Okay, our next testimonial video is from India, Himanshu Gupta.
Hello everyone, I'm Himanshu Gupta from Delhi, India. I'm a student at Northwestern University in Budapest, Hungary. My flatmate is Indonesian and I have something to say about that. Indonesia is a country that has a variety of culture and known for the friendliness of its people. For me, it's a unique country with a lot of culture, language and tribe. With enthusiasm to welcome the Independence Day, I hope Indonesia could increase the quality of human resource that could compete globally. Through ETL program, I also hope this could be the place to improve the ability of those who are the members of it. By the existence of ETL, I hope this community could grow better, give a huge impact to society, and spread its wings nationally. Happy 76th Independence Day, Indonesia. Indonesia Tanung, Indonesia Tempur. Thank you.
Yeah, with a variety of culture, enthusiasm of Independence Day may become the spirit to be better. And Gupta wishes that the ETL community may grow better and spread its wing. Our next speaker is the master degree students of the University of Navarra, Pamplona, Spain. Our representative from Europe, Mr. Aldi Duyanto Yuryoputra. He is the fastest graduate in the University of Indonesia and also achieved the highest score in the writing the essay with Tempo Institute. Please welcome Mr. Aldi. It's your turn.
Hello, very welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hope we find you well. His Excellency Pak Ses, Pak Dedi, and His Excellency Pak Arik, Head of Regional Office of Lamkulu, Honorable keynote speakers, Pak Iwan, Bu Maya, Honorable High-Level Management, distinguished panelists, Pak Rustanto, Ms. Sakura, Pak Darmawan, Mbak Lolita, Mbak Tata, and distinguished audience. And thank you so much for ETL and GFC, World Kid Museum, for conducting this amazing occasion today. And I'm so happy and so glad to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunities, Ms. Ellen, and thank you so much for our previous speaker for giving me many insights today. Okay, I will start my presentation about the enhance the capacity of human resources, learn, share, and be successful. I take the title, We Are That Hero. Okay, maybe anyone just ask, what's the meaning of this statement? Okay, so let's take a look for our presentation. Okay, I will start by next page. Okay, yeah, it's about the superb Indonesia. First of all, I want to tell you guys that we are in the amazing country. We are the rich country in a people, nature, capital, and asset. And we have to believe then we can go to the world stage. Every country in the world just pay attention to Indonesia. We are the fourth most populous country in the world, around 271 million. This is a big number. This is a big demand for all countries in the world, from the US, China, and every nation in the world. And then more than $1 trillion for natural capital from such as oil and gas, forestry, fisheries, and any other natural capital. And then for state-owned asset, approximately IDR 11,000 trillion. This is a huge number for the fixed building. And we are forecasted to be the world's fifth largest economy by 2024, based on World Bank and IMF. So what I want to say that we are in the right countries when we decide to develop ourselves, when we become to develop human capital, we are in the rising and growing countries. Okay, next. And then why we are our hero? Because we know that human capital is us. So this is from us to us. So we fight for ourselves to achieve that development target, because we know that previously our main focus is infrastructure, but today already human capital, because as the previous speaker and panelists said that human capital is the future goals of Indonesia, the key of the future. And then there is many macro underlying indicators, such as we will map the demographic bonus by 2030 and 2040. So there is many millennial, young people and who are productive in the working age, except more than the non-working age. And then for SDG, human capital, there is in number 4 and 5 related to quality of education and health. And then for the RPJMN, or Medium-Term National Development Plan, also one of Minister of Finance mission. This is to managing human capital to be adaptive with the technology development. And to realize and to manifest these goals, of course, the key is ourselves. So we are the key of this development. So the successful is depend on us. And then I will want to relate to the investment or our currently trending issues. Maybe previously we just met some happening issues regarding Cipta Kerja, Omnibus Law on job creation, and it is supported by EPJM and also Ministry of Finance, the investment. What I wanted to say about investment is so critical because this is reduced fiscal burden and investment is multi-sector. So regarding to human capital, we are supposed to have a high skill and high knowledge to multi-sector, especially we as a regulator in Ministry of Finance, so we have to master all that business sector regarding investment. And then next, regarding the global trend of the digital, we know that global trend in the world already every sector, every part of life has digitalized. So Indonesia should follow this trend, and it will be strengthened by the high-skilled human capital. Indonesia have already a roadmap of digital Indonesia, or making Indonesia 4.0. And there is some industrial and then small medium enterprise, infrastructure, investment, ecosystem, technology, and regulation. And one of the main factor is upgrade human capital. It is not easy to inline for the digital one because as we know that main background of digital is the IT guy or IT person. So we have to drill ourselves and drill our knowledge and skill, eager to learn about this digital. And it also supported by Kartu Cipta Kerja because the main focus of the development is a digital talent. And we know that Indonesia already has a recent breakthrough. We know that the GoTo, the merger of Gojek and Tokopedia, become the one of top 15 company in the world. And in the recent Bukalapak just did an IPO and is oversubscribed. So Indonesia already take a part for this global trend. And then next, it is about COVID-19. Our critical condition today. What I want to relate for human capital, because the key of success to be recovery in the COVID is depends on the human capital factor, which is healthcare and education. Based on the Statistics Bureau, the highest GDP growth in 2020 is healthcare and then education, and is followed by the technology. So it's like a synergy or a collaboration between the human capital and digitalization, while the others is still mostly negative growth. So this is like a champion sector or the flagship sector for the sake of economic recovery. And as I said before, the global trend already about education technology and health technology. This is a leader of champion sector in the digital industry. And in Indonesia, we can take a look at Ruang Guru and Halodoc become the healthcare and education technology. So what I want to say, this main factor of human capital boost or stimulate the economic recovery. So human capital is not about the target, it's about the what we call the mission or the development dynamo. And then next slide. Okay, I want to share you about maybe from my personal experience, because what I can say to you, I'm an awardee from the ministerial scholarship, and I'm the youngest awardee in the Ministry of Finance in that scholarship, and this is my first time to apply the scholarship. So maybe from my own perspective, there is 4 points to be successful in the scholarship, because this is a main part of the human capital. First, motive. You have to start from your heart, fight for your passion. Don't ever you just have the motive of intention to maybe just staying overseas or abroad, just traveling. No, you have to have intention to make a chance for Indonesia and even more for the global world. And then for the English you have to be used to. English not about a boring subject in the class. So you have to go outside and you have daily conversation. Maybe you can take a part in some maybe community to maybe talk with this foreigners or something. So it will increase your maybe TOEFL and IBT health. And you can see the YouTube video, and maybe in social media there is many helpful platform for learning English. And in DigiSem, ETL is one of the best platform. And for essay, be strategic in essay, make a reviewer and interest to you, and look at you, oh, this is a high level person or something. So it will make them to maximize their fund that give you in the scholarship. And strategy, as maybe in previous speaker, there is many scholarship in Ministry of Finance, such as an LPDP, Ministerial Scholarship or PETA, AS, Fulbright, Chevening, or some things. There is some own characteristic. Maybe in Ministerial Scholarship or PETA, you have to learn much in TPA, so you can buy a book from the Tokopedia on Shopee, because the exam is so hard. So if you just pass this stage, this the chance to pass this scholarship is big. And LPDP, I just heard the critical factors maybe in interview. So you have to know the character of the scholarship. Next. Yeah, I want to share you about the European European experiences. When we are thinking about Europe, of course, in my mind, it is a traveling, a Euro trip. That's why I just say journey of enrichment. Learning from Europe is joyful because we can go overseas from maybe from Netherlands to German, and then to in the inner circle of that countries, and you can go to Italy, and for my college in Spain, because you know that European is what we call is a rich of diversity, the cultural diversity, a language, and a good attitude. When I will share to you, we are supposed to master that foreign language. In my experience, such as Spanish, when of course, when we want to take a cheaper rate of the housing, because housing is critical in the scholarship, we want to take the most efficient, the cheaper rate. So if we just talk in English, there is no cheaper rate or the local people that who can talk in English. So Spanish is not about the second language. So this is also the main language as the English. So you are forced to master that European language. Besides Spanish, there is German, French, or something. So if you go back to Indonesia, you already master not only English but another language. Okay, next. Yeah, next is about Happy Independence Day for Indonesia, because we are our hero. What I want to say, we have a homework to continue our predecessors fight, because in the past they just fight for the what we call the other countries, but today our enemy is maybe for the our citizen itself, and the social media. There is many threat there, and of course the main focus now is pandemic. What I want to share to do now to develop ourselves, you have to start from your heart. And as Mr. Sukarno said, the universe will help us to manifest it. And then like the environment, good people around you will support you. So you have to believe, and you start from your heart. And we cannot see this pandemic as obstacle, as the handicap, or something, or negative something. So this is opportunity, the challenge, and this is a quantum leap, especially for digital. Digital, like maybe Pak Arik say in the beginning, like this is not only what we call the second factor, but it is like the necessities. This is a main factor. All countries depend on this one. And then in the last presentation, I wanna, as a best platform of human capital in DigiSem, amazing English talent Lemkulu. I think in the nearly future, it is good for ETL to have this amazing occasion like this seminar, or maybe some creative events, because we believe that ETL is not only about learning and sharing, because we know that English is not a boring subject, but it's about the habit, and we have to be used to in the daily life. And I wish it is not only about the best platform for learning and share, but may bring people to be successful. This is it will change the mindset of not only for DGSAM officers, but of course, since this participant can be from the public, so it can create the future leader. So I think from the small things like this, from the good community like this, it can make a good impact. Okay, as closing statement, I will maybe conclude my presentation. Like we have to start everything from our heart, because we have to believe that we can change the world through this human capital. Also believe that we are our hero for Indonesia and global. Happy Independence Day and stay healthy. Gracias.
Gracias, Mr. Aldi. A very nice and thoughtful presentation, Mr. Aldi. I'm on your side that we, the people of Indonesia, always can contribute more to our country, starting from our very personal life by investing money and knowledge. There will be a limitation for investing money, but not for investing knowledge. And I love the quote that the pandemic is the moment to make a quantum leap. Thanks for sharing, Mr. Aldi. Our last testimonial video is from Serbia. Nebojša Panić.
Selamat sore. My name is Nebojša Panić. I work for Indomie Serbia. I'm from Serbia, capital of Belgrade. I would like to congratulate to Indonesia and Indonesian people happy anniversary 76th Independence Day. As the fourth most populous country in the world, there must be various of challenge in enhancing the capacity of the human resource, moreover in the pandemic situation. Therefore, I'm really appreciate the efforts of the community, the English talents Lumkulu, which spread the optimism of learning and sharing to be successful. People specifically in mastering the universal language. I wish everyone else in Indonesia to have the same spirit, to always developing their personality and their capacity in knowledge for themselves and for Indonesia. See you then in Belgrade.
See you, Mr. Nebojša Panić. Within the video, he congratulates Indonesia for the 76th Independence Day and hope that the ETL community may spread the optimism of learning and sharing to be successful. And our next speaker is the PhD candidate of the Queensland University of Technology, Mr. Dermawan Dwi Atmoko. He is also the Master of Properties. He is also the Master of Property Studies in the University of Queensland, and he has been the president of Islamic Indonesia Society in Brisbane in 2008 and 2009. And also he has achieved a short course in public-private partnership for infrastructure project 2017. Please welcome Mr. Dermawan. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Ellen. His Excellency Pak Dedi, Pak Arik, Pak Budi, Bu Maya, and also distinguished speaker, Pak Rus, Miss Sakura, Mbak Lolita, Mas Alki. Let me share my presentation first. I think, yeah, it should be shared. Yeah. Yeah, is clear enough my voice, Mbak Ellen?
Sure, sir. Please.
Yes, I use stopwatch to make sure that I'm not more than 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, when Tata was introduced herself and she said that I'm year 12, I think. Then I was thinking, wow, what have I done on that year when I was in year 12? I mean, I think I was maybe busy with a bit, what we call it, some tricky thing. what we call it in Indonesian is masa-masa SMA, ya kan? So it was really, just spending not really time, and it's really bright knowledge from Tata as that really young Indonesians, and I realized that, oh, that's the bright future of Indonesia. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all participants that are still staying here in this very valuable webinar. And of course, I'm really glad, and it's my honor to be part of this discussion and sharing session. I think it's more sharing session. So a little bit more specific on what is about foreign language skills. I tried to share a little bit knowledge on how what is the role of foreign language skill to the country. It's a bit more evident proof like that. So I come with the title, Communicating Across Borders, a role of foreign language skills. So this is the outline. Start from foreign language skill and the economy, then we will talk about English Talent Lamkulu. This is the new innovation from Arik and the committee and the team in Lamkulu. It is really, really good and really breakthrough for everyone there in Lamkulu and also for everyone in Indonesia and around the world, of course. So speaking about the role of foreign language and the economy, World Economic Forum has released a report that speaking more than one language can boost economic growth. We can imagine before, even like I'm not thinking about that, but I'm questioning why some developed countries really aware about foreign language. That's what I'm thinking. But this is the fact, this is the evidence that it is really useful and benefits for the country itself. Not only the people, but also the country itself as a whole, not only for the individual. Then when we see that some research show, it is proof. See those two research from developing countries with Turkey as case study as developing countries and developed countries, some developing countries, Germany, Spain, and Italy. They all concerned about foreign language. So that is really, it's really a good news for us, for everybody here in this webinar, because we have a same spirit, we have similar motivation to pursuing this foreign language be part of our daily life. Is that like what Tata and other speakers said, that this is not about TOEFL, it is not about IELTS, it is not about how to pass the exam or how to get a master degree or PhD. No, it is about part of our life. So this is the importance of foreign language skills, and only one of the important. I think it's many more important. What I want to say here, the one scope of importance. That's the clue. Well, this is important. But I'll flashback to the like a bit. How many years more? It's like more than a decade ago when I was in year 7. This is reflection for me, because we here we talk about sharing how we learn language and how we get out from the, what we call it, burden, our self-burden to study this foreign language or English particularly. So this is my experience. Everyone know that when I was in year 7, it was my first time in my first class, in my first English class, and it was a random question from the teacher. And the teacher asking one by one student, and why the first student is asked was me. Then he asked about, please say this. So this means that, you see the spelling O-N-E. This is 1, isn't it? 2, 3. We can feel the pronoun and spell what 2 and 3 is quite similar. 2, 3. Spelling and pronoun is quite similar, but 1 is totally different. Then it was first question that I got from the teacher. Then he asked me, please, what is this? Then what I say, I was confusing. It is 1. Oh no. I can count 1 to 10 when I was in elementary school, but I was studying rural, really rural. Then, but I never see what is that? What is spelling? How to spell 1, 2, or 3? Never. But I can count 1 to 10. Then what I spontaneously answered, I don't know why, but I answered only, not 1. Then all class was terrible. Everybody laughed, and the sad thing is the teacher talked to me, oh, Dharma, why only this? You don't know. Oh man, this is so sad. Then since then, I promised to myself, I will get 100 for maths, physics, and chemistry, and biology, but not for English. And it's happened. Until I graduated from university, then I was thinking that this is not good. If we don't have enough knowledge about English, I definitely agree with all speakers before, that we can open the world. We can open our knowledge. We have not many opportunities in the global partnership, in the global collaboration. So that's what I was thinking when I just finished. And still, my first TOEFL was like 430 something, this paper piece. Then finally I'm here. It was not it's not easy things, really, no. Some my friend, maybe some of them here in this webinar, thank you all your friends, helped me a lot here. And all my mentors, Pak Arik, Pak May, all my mentors in DGSM was really helpful for me doing this. And even now, I'm still learning. Even I got more than what I expect in terms of scoring of English, IELTS, TOEFL, and anything. But still, I'm scoring. No, I'm still learning. Because like, I think Mas Ali said that, or Tata, or even Lolita also said that, English is not about how you get the certificate. Language is not about how you be acknowledged with the certificate, but it is about how you use it, how you learn about it, how you know the culture about it. So that's why, like, I think Tata know about critical thinking and everything is part of the culture. Actually, it's not only a language itself, standalone language itself. So that's now. So I'm still learning about this. Still far away to get through with this language. It's really tough. And again, this is not only speaking, writing, or in terms of exam, but this is about culture, living, friendships, our life. Then let's see, we talk about Australia. You know that this is from Australia traits. So in Australia, they study more, at least 3, actually more than 3, but at least 3 in every state, 3 priority language. So Indonesian, one of them. Indonesia is very strategic for Australia. And Japanese, Miss Sakura, Japanese is very popular. One of my doctor doing that in this elementary school here, Japanese and Chinese. So this is about how they're really concerned about foreign language. And what is that about, actually? Come back to the issue. Also, this is my kids. So he's studying Chinese, and it's not only a course of Chinese in school, but also they provide, in Australia, they provide many events, many community outside of school, and they can elaborate more. So no, she now speaks English, Chinese, and Indonesian. Of course, Java a little bit, but it's more English and Chinese. So it's more than me, I think, actually. Then let's see what Australia done with the foreign language. So this is, we can see the figure of trading of Australia, China, Japan, Korea, United Kingdom, United States. And the exporter side, China, United States, Japan, Thailand, Germany. So we can see that it is not 100% linked, but it is. It is. This is one, what we call it, quick win or short-term successful benefits from the understanding foreign language, trading, economics, welfare. That's the thing. So this is really clear that foreign language is needed. Understanding as part of our life is needed, not only for our individual benefit, but also the country's benefit. Then when we talk about ETL, it's breakthrough. Really, it is breakthrough. Thank you, Pak Arik, and the team to initiate this breakthrough, because I did when I was in DGSAM head office. I did some like what do you call it, informal English discussion, but it was informal. But ETL, I think, is more organized, it's more promising in the future, and I think it's breakthrough for everyone. I think I hope it's not only from only 4 people in Lamkulu, but also for all participants here in the webinar and all people in Indonesia. I think it's open community for everyone who wants to study English, particularly, or foreign language. Where it is breakthrough, you see that recently, Indonesia is far behind some other our neighbors. They are not, I mean, like, they're native, they are not native, same as us. Even Vietnam. I'm not underestimating Vietnam, but when we see the growth of Vietnam and Indonesia, we can see how fast Indonesia before than Vietnam. Indonesia is more likely is equivalent with South Korea, actually, when we talk about the history of economy, social, and politics of this country. But Vietnam is it was far behind Indonesia. But now, in terms of proficiency, Vietnam now even higher than Indonesia. So in this moment, the Independence Day, I think it is good. I think it's good, and really appreciate this initiative. It is good to have this event as a momentum for everyone. As a breakthrough to open the knowledge of the world. I think I got wrong to put the number. It should be 76 of Independence Day of Indonesia. Maklum, 4 tahun jadi lupa kemarin. Kebingungan. Tapi masih ingat. Merdeka. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks, Mr. Darmawan, for a whole new perspective of the urgency in mastering multi-language. But before we jump to the Q&A session, we have videos from our operational offices and the regional office representatives in Lampung and Bengkulu provinces that wishing for our 76th Independence Day and also giving support for our community, the English Talent Lamkulu.
Kemerdekaan bukan tanda untuk berhenti berjuang, tapi tanda untuk melanjutkan perjuangan dengan lebih keras untuk sebesar-besarnya kemakmuran rakyat. Pengembangan SDM yang berorientasi global menjadi sebuah keniscayaan. Melalui program English Talent Lampulu dan Japanese Talent Lampulu, kita tumbuhkan kemampuan dalam berbahasa sehingga dapat menjadi pendukung dalam memberikan pelayanan prima yang berintegritas. Mari bersama kita wujudkan ZIWBK-WBBM di lingkungan Kanwil DJKN Lampung dan Bengkulu. Dirgahayu Republik Indonesia yang ke-76, Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh.
Kemerdekaan di tengah pandemi memberi dampak yang luar biasa. Namun pada saat ini merupakan momen terbaik untuk mengembangkan potensi diri. Melalui program ETL dan GTL, kita tumbuhkan kemampuan bahasa untuk mendukung SDM Indonesia yang go internasional. Selain itu, mari kita wujudkan semangat dan komitmen untuk meraih predikat ZIWBK di lingkungan Kanwil DJKN Lampung dan Bengkulu. Dirgahayu Republik Indonesia, Indonesia maju.
English Talent dan Japanese Talent Lampung merupakan sebuah komunitas yang diinisiasi dan dibentuk oleh Kanwil DJKN Lampung dan Bengkulu sebagai salah satu bentuk inovasi untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul serta dapat bersaing secara global. Diharapkan dengan kehadiran dua komunitas tersebut dapat meningkatkan semangat belajar seluruh pegawai guna menambah ilmu pengetahuan demi peningkatan mutu layanan secara cepat, tepat, dan profesional. Hal ini sebagai salah satu tujuan dari pelaksanaan zona integritas, wilayah bebas korupsi, serta wilayah birokrasi bersih dan melayani di wilayah kerja Kanwil DJKN Lampung dan Bengkulu, termasuk 3 KPKML di bawahnya. I hope these communities could bring good deeds and example in line with the spirit of Independence Day. Good luck and happy 76th Independence Day Indonesia. Merdeka.
Komunitas bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Jepang yang kita kenal dengan ETL dan GTL adalah inovasi yang dibangun oleh Kanwil DJKN Lampung dan Bengkulu dalam rangka menuju zona integritas wilayah bebas dari korupsi. Komunitas ini diharapkan mampu meningkatkan kompetensi para pegawai di lingkungan Kanwil DJKN Lampung dan Bengkulu dalam penguasaan bahasa. Pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini, kami mengucapkan selamat hari ulang tahun kemerdekaan Republik Indonesia yang ke-76. Semoga bangsa Indonesia dapat segera terbebas dari wabah COVID-19. Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh. Merdeka.
Kemerdekaan bukanlah ritual belaka,
namun merupakan ajang untuk bergotong royong membangun bangsa.
Pandemi bukan alasan untuk menyerah.
Karena menyerah hanya untuk orang-orang yang jiwanya kalah.
Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh.
Okay, may our wishes come true, and thank you for the operational offices and the regional offices teams that have already making this video for this international webinar. And now it's turn for Q&A sessions. I will open the sessions for everybody who want to ask directly to the speakers here. Anyone want to start first? Waiting for the direct question. Actually, we have already questions listed in the Slido. I will start for the first questions from Rima Malang. It's dedicated to Miss Lolita. The question is, how do we enhance the capacity of working moms? They have many priorities and usually have less time and resources to explore their potential strengths. That's the question, Loli. Probably you may directly answer the question.
Well, I will try to answer that based on my experience. because we are talking about working moms, I will not be speaking about my experience as a student, but as a working mom, yeah, actually, we can always enhance our capacity by doing what we love. If we talk about enhancing our capacity in English, Netflix really helps, definitely, because a lot of people here, especially during pandemic, um, we have we really need entertainment in our lives. Like at home, maybe we install some like streaming apps, like for example Netflix, and basically you can learn from many things from the movies. You can learn about the language, and since like in these streaming apps, you don't only have like English speaking movies, but you also have like Japanese movies, Korean movies. You can actually choose everything based on what you like, based on what your interest. So yeah, listening to music also helps, and it is my experience as a when I learn languages. Actually, I can speak in Korean also, and I also speak English definitely, and I learn everything by listening music and watching movies.
Okay, thanks, Lily. Everybody may raise their hand if they want to ask directly to the speakers. But however, we have some questions for a question for Miss Sakura. Miss Sakura.
Mas Alan.
Yes.
Hi. Miss Alan.
Sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Julfi.
Okay. Mr. Julfi want to ask something about to who? Sorry.
Okay, Miss Sakura.
Okay, to Miss
Sakura.
Sakura.
I want to ask Miss Sakura. Thank you very much. Okay, my question: how to nourish our empathy to other people, especially in time when we dislike them? Okay, Mr. Sakura, Mrs. Sakura. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question to me. Pak Doin, are you? Are you Pak Doin?
Pak Zulfi.
Zulfi.
Pak
Zulfi.
Yes, Miss Sakura. Zulfi. Yes.
Zulfi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much also. So
you're welcome.
Yeah, about the empathy. So your question is how to make empathy?
Yeah, about that. So
yes.
Yeah, how to still having an empathy in this situation.
So going back to as human beings, naturally, purely. So what we can do if there is someone, for example, a sick person or children or older person, what we can do, it's the very basically human being, the same things. So try to choice, it's the priority for making the friendship first than other things. And just to say hello. Yeah, I'm always like only the introduction is the greeting first. So it's just only say hello or konnichiwa is to someone and give to the energy to someone and back to me the greeting. It's already empathy between me and the person. It's the beginning.
Is it possible if we still can have an empathy, but for those who actually we do not really like because of some past experience?
We always, to everyone, as human being, we will do greeting, right? Greeting. Say Ohayo, good morning. Is it enough for making an empathy between the human being? How about it?
Okay, so a simple empathy is greeting actually, Sakura.
Yeah.
I get your point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for answering, Mrs. Sakura. I'll invite another. Okay, there is a Viola. She has already raised her hand. Please, Viola, which speaker that you actually want to ask?
I'd like to ask to Miss Lolita.
Okay, Miss Loli, please, Viola.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Viola and I actually still go to junior high this year. Recently, I have a dream to study abroad for college, which is I need scholarship for this. I'd like to ask about kind of thing that probably I have to prepare from now that probably may help me in the future for applying for college and scholarship. That is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Viola. Please, Holly, you can answer.
Thank you so much, Viola. Oh my God. You are still in middle school, but you already think about going abroad for your studies. I really appreciate that. One thing you need to prepare from now is definitely your English, but actually I think it's fine. Your English is already good. You may need to polish it a bit, and you will be fine. Other thing, you need to find your interest. Find what do you like the most? What do you want to study from abroad? What can you bring to Indonesia from your study? And basically everything will be fine. You will need to prepare yourself for the differences, the culture shock here, but I believe that you can be successful. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
You're
Viola, for
welcome.
the question, and thank you, Miss Ali, for answering it. Is there any raised hand question again? Okay, if not, probably Mr. Rustanto, are you still there?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, good. We have a question from the Slido actually. So the question is based on your experience living in many different places such as Surabaya, Ternate, Jakarta, and Medan, then living abroad in Japan and Australia, would you tell us your experience as you have already lived in different places abroad and Indonesia? Please,
Excuse me,
Rustanto.
can I have a
Yes.
question, Miss Ellen? Can I have a
Sorry.
question, please? Yeah.
Forward it to you.
Yeah, from East Java, from Jemma Fashion Carnival. Can I
Oh,
have a
sorry.
question, please?
Okay, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sirajudin, yes. Directly
thank you
to
very
Mr.
much.
Rustanto.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
a question with Miss Sakura and Miss Darmawan. The first for Miss Sakura. I asked about with my question about in tourism. I would like to ask, what about the Japanese image about Indonesia tourism during the pandemic COVID-19 at the first, and the second, do the Japanese people interested to come to Indonesia in pandemic, because Indonesia after 24 August will be open for visitors. For Mr. Darmawan in Australia, I would like to know about what the Australian people said about Indonesia during pandemic, because 50% of tourism come to Indonesia is visitor from Australia. So what they image about Indonesia right now, because in Kuta, in Sanur, in Bali, 90% of the visitor come from Australia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sirajuddin. But before Ms. Sakura and Mr. Darmawan answer your question, please let Mr. Rustanto answer the Slido question first, if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Sirajuddin. Please, Mr. Rustanto, the time is yours right now to answer the question.
Thank you. If I'm not wrong, the question is about the experience living in
in different places.
Yeah, I'd like to share my period right now that having life in other places that maybe very different with our own original culture will be enhance your experience and your how to live better in the next future. So, but the main things that I still keep in my mind, if you are not able to withstand the tide of learning, then you should be able to withstand the pain of stupidity. This is what Imam Shafi'i said. So this very good sentence, I think we can make as the motivation for us how we keep in studying. But study is not only in your formal university or school, but also if you can learn from others people's life, how they live, how they maintain their minds. This is the real university for you. So what other people living is the real university for your life. So go abroad so you know how it feels to miss you and where to go home. And you will know how precious time with your family is. And also go abroad and they will grow a lot love that was never present to those who left behind. And go abroad as well. The farther the overseas land, the more precious it feels to be home. And lastly, go abroad and you will know more and more how great God is. Thank you.
Great. Yes. So struggle, and you will find something at the end to enjoy life and so on. Thank you, Mr. Rusanto, for answering the questions. And back to the questions of Mr. Sirajuddin for Miss Sakura. Miss Sakura, are you still there?
Yes, I'm
so
here.
Mr. Sirajuddin asking about the tourism. Probably you want to explain something about that?
Yes, thank you for your question, Mr. Sirajuddin Sirajuddin-san.
Yeah, Sirajuddin.
Sirajuddin-san, thank you. The image of the tourism, image of the Indonesia for Japanese, I think is the Bali is the most popular place for Japanese. And the image is the very beautiful beach and delicious food and the hot weather and something like a kind people, very friendly the people to the tourism people. So it's our image to the Indonesia. And if already open the door to the Indonesia, I really look forward to go back to the Indonesia very soon. And another of my friends who loves the Indonesia, here is Mr. Ikeda, who owner of this venue. He also really loved the Bali and Indonesia. So we want to go back very soon.
Is that enough, Mr. Sirajuddin? Sorry, you are still muted.
So, sorry.
Mr. Sirajuddin, you can unmute first.
Yes, I can understand.
Please.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. For our next question from Mr. Sirajuddin, Mr. Darmawan probably may answer.
Thank you, Pak. I'm not Australian. I'm not Australian, but almost 4 years right now. And regarding tourism or Indonesian tourism, from perspective of Australian, I involved several meetings with Ministry of Tourism of Indonesia. It was before pandemic. And also in the FBC here. So we have like several discussions regarding that, particularly here in Brisbane, Queensland. You are correct, but so when we talk about Indonesia, particularly Bali, it's like backyard for Australian. It's like Japanese also, like it's like backyard. So they just think on this weekend and I go to Bali, have sunbathing, and then go back like that. Then responding for your question that how they're still interested in this pandemic, they are. And not only in the tourists, I mean like Australian as a tourist, but also Australian as a businessman or woman. So that's the thing. So there are so many investment, I think they are doing business there in Bali, Java, Medan, Makassar. So I met with one of Australian Consulate General in Surabaya, and it was very good meeting with us, discussing about the opportunity to open, student connection between Surabaya and Brisbane. But that's part of how it's work. It's not only tourism, but also it's more about two countries, the relationship between two countries. That's the thing part. So in this pandemic, it's really hard for them. Not only people who are really wanting to enjoy tropical sun, tropical atmosphere there in Bali and across the island in Indonesia, but also doing business there. That's the story. And the latest, I think it's like special report in BBC News, ABC News. It was about Australian doing business in Bali, and they all suffer. So both Australian there in Bali and here in Australia, they're doing business in Bali, particularly, or Indonesia as a whole, is no suffer with that. And regarding the situation, I mean like the COVID situation now in Indonesia, Australian government really understand about it, and even in some of press conference regarding the COVID here, there are stated like this. It was before like, maybe I will take a different policy when I, as Indonesian health chief or health officer like that. So because like they understand that Indonesia is really hard doing this, and it's really different contact between Australia and Indonesia in terms of dealing with this pandemic. So yeah, that's the thing. So there is no negative. I think that's what I observed during the last 2 years. There is no negative views between from Australian to what happened now in Indonesia. What they think is like they miss the Bali, and of course maybe the next GFC. I mean like the real GFC, but not the virtual one. That's what my thinking. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sirajuddin, if that's enough, you can unmute your mic first, Mr. Sirajuddin. Okay, it's already on now. Probably want to say something.
Hello?
Or it is enough? Yes, Mr. Sirajuddin.
Yeah, that's enough. Thank you very much for your explanation. That's enough.
Okay, thank
Mrs.
you.
Moderator, Mrs. Moderator,
Yeah.
Mrs.
Anyone
Ellen,
wanna? Yes.
I want to ask some question to Mrs. From Japanese just now.
Okay,
I
Miss
forgot
Sakura.
her name.
Miss Sakura, it is, yes.
Yeah. I just want to ask him to her about usually Japanese tourists commonly they didn't speak English, all of them, when they visited in Bali, because I'm always been in Bali before the pandemic. Sometimes I find a few Japanese tourists. Sometimes they didn't speak English. They just speak mother language Japanese. Maybe it is. Maybe they still keep strongly with the culture, Japanese culture. They just speak this language. Maybe they didn't like to I mean, to try to learn a foreign language. And I want to know to Mrs. Sakura Tokyo, how many person, for example, like the people in Japanese, they speak Germany, how many person they speak England, I mean, another language, because so difficult for us in Indonesia. If we find a Japanese tourist, they can speak English, I mean, it's like English, yeah. Yeah, maybe you have like I mean special answers, because until now I don't know, until now I never find the properly answer why the Japanese people so very seldom they speak foreign language. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Miss Sakura, how about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So,
I'm sorry.
hi. So about the, may I talk to you about the Japanese, like Bushido, spirits of the Japanese. So basically, Japanese is very shy. Yes, and however, the English is the number 2 of the language who learning in Japanese. So it's the top 2 is the English. However, even we learned about the English, so not we're the island like in Indonesia. So it's a less chance for speak directly to another foreigner by English. And most of the Japanese who already went to Bali, they really love the Bali, because even they can't speak any language, or I mean like English or Indonesia person very, very friendly and always say like tidak apa-apa to the Japanese. So we really comfortable like culture of the Indonesians friendship. So it's because we have the similar culture from the longer story, longer history from the ancestors as the very big Asia. So without the languages, so we can make the friendship. Yes. So is that the answer? So I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't have the exactly number of the people each language is populations. So sorry, I will learn. I will study for you and I will reply to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sakura. I think that answered the question, Mr. Anwar. Yeah, thank you. And we have also question for Mr. Aldi. Are you still there, Mr. Aldi?
Yes, Ms. Ellen.
Yes. So the question is from Slido. The question is, did you ever imagine that you could study in Spain? What has influenced you the most with your achievements so far? Is that family, friends, or is there any special mentor to support you?
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. So I already did the research or survey for studying in many countries such as US, Europe, Australia, even in all in Asia. And then so I already imagine, and what's the most factors that I learned in my campus in University of Navarra is my study plan, because my research is so unique and it is so urgent for Indonesia. So it's about the investment from the LPI or Indonesia SWF, Lembaga Pengelola Investasi in digital sector for economic recovery. So since we know that I just collaborate the non-loan funding or this is to reducing the fiscal burden into the champion sectors in digital. So I think in Indonesia, I think this is so it's never did before in the government. Of course, in private is so common. And I just studying in master in economics and finance. This is so unique in the world because finance, economics is commonly different because one just learning only finance and the one in economics. But in DigiSem, especially about government investment, it's not only about the return on the profit, but about economic impact. And economic impact is about the economic. So when I choose the master in economics and finance, so I think it is so a match with my proposal, with my proposed research and something. So yeah, I just decided to learn that. And of course, for my support system for all people around me, close people, family, friends, and of course I get many mentors. And Pak Damawan is one of my mentor previously. I just do some brief discussion with him. So in this occasion, I will also say thank you for all people that already support. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Aldi. And I invite the last direct questions from the Zoom room. Is there any question directly to one of the speakers, or probably two? If there is no direct question anymore, I think it's already the end of the Q&A session or Q&A session. From the intellectual perspective, this all discussion in this international webinar has opened our mind about the new paradigm, considering the mastering of universal language, as an example, English, of course, as a competitive advantage in the global world. This global world challenge will not wait us until we have once or time to catch it. From our personal experience, the content of this international webinar teach us minimally about the various accents from all over the world, and this is a rare yet fruitful experience for the participants. Thank you for the distinguished speakers and also the participants for your precious time in joining the international webinar and finishing the Q&A session and discussion. Sorry for any mistakes I made. And see you on the next webinar held by the English Talent Lampulu. Keep learning and sharing to be successful. Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh, merdeka. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellen-san. Thank you, Aldi-san.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you. Thank you to all speakers for the insights. Those are greatly appreciated. And also thank you to Mrs. Allen for being a remarkable moderator. At this time, we will have the conclusion and closing remark from Board of Supervisor ETL. Please welcome Mr. Odi Renaldi.
Okay, can you hear my voice? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, Excellencies, Secretary of Directorate General of State Asset Management, Mr. Dedi Sharif Usman, Honorable Head of State Asset Management Lampung Bengkulu Regional Office, Mr. Arik Haryono, distinguished Head of State Asset Management Regional Offices, distinguished resources persons, distinguished colleges, ladies and gentlemen. Human resources and the level of quality of the education system has been a problem for Indonesia since Indonesia proclaimed its independence on August 17, 1945. So it's important for us, citizens in Indonesia, to take action in solving the said problem. This year, we celebrate the Indonesia Independence Day, which uses the theme Indonesia Tangguh, Indonesia Tumbuh. That is, hopefully, we can live up to. How do we do that? You may ask. By never stop learning, despite all the obstacles, we might face an outgrowing our past self should be enough, I believe. In today's webinar, we have learned a lot from the keynote session delivered by the amazing keynote speakers and all the panel speakers who have shared their excellent experiences. On behalf of the committee, I would to express my highly gratitude for delivering such inspiring and impressive presentation. So that all of us can rise sorry, bad connection, I guess. Okay. Okay. I wish all of you have a blessed day. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Odi. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Odi Renaldi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've covered everything on the list. That wraps up our morning. On behalf of English Talent Lamkulu, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciations to the speakers, Mr. Rustanto, Mrs. Tomomi Sakura Ijuin, Mr. Darmawan Dwi Atmoko, Mrs. Lolita Bani Rahmadian, Mr. Aldi Duyanto Yurio Putra, and Miss Aisyah Adiba Hasmiar for the inspirations. We are sure everyone here have more understanding about the importance of learning language as a bridge to global community. Let's all give round of applause for the speakers.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here this morning. We would like to apologize for any inconvenience. Please don't forget to fill the list of attendance and evaluation form for e-certificate. It's our pleasure to host this event, and we wish you all a pleasant day. Once again, I would like to say 76 Indonesia Independence Day. Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh. See you on the next occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sukses semuanya. Terima kasih. Merdeka.
Merdeka Paris.
Sampai ketemu
Selamat
lagi.
Sampai
Waalaikumsalam
jumpa
Pak
Paris.
Sirojudin.
See you
Terima
in
kasih
Japan.
semuanya. Para speaker semua juga para ini peserta yang sudah hadir ya. Sukses selalu.
Yeah.
Sampai ketemu lain waktu.
Thank you, Paris. It is a
Ya,
magic
siap.
program
Terima
today.
kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.